Oh well. What we happen to have in our hands is a new year based on this Western calculation of time at least, and that of course gives us a clean table from which to start yet again practicing this wonderful game. And we have just a little bit of echo. Let's try again. 1, 2, 3. Let's complement a clock. Doop, doop, doop. All right. Please do let me know if there are some issues, like stream quality wise, gameplay quality wise. You may also let me know, but it might not be as easy a fix. Hello. Hope you are enjoying your lives wherever that may be, wherever it is that you reside currently at. And we should be good to go. As is quite common for us, by which I mean mostly me, myself, we have this lukewarm coffee and we have a long day behind us. So we are looking for some inspirational, energizing, thought-provoking matches as per usual, since the coffee is not going to cut it. This is just a placebo to set the mood. Statistics wise, Arena is our worst map ever. But that's only Turks, yes, yes. So now they are expecting us to do a thing, but we won't. Instead we will be very clever and do some other thing. Let's see, good luck, have fun, yes. And you do that, you help there. Okay. Yes. And Antonio III is also happy to have us, which is very nice, and hopes that we enjoy our lives. So I've come to realize that, and I didn't realize this all by myself, but thanks to the statistics, well, there isn't really much to. Huh! So where is our sheep? And who is to blame? Well, well, well, well, well, well. Well, well, well, well, well, well. Okay. Yes, room is very important at this stage. Oh, what a wonderful double lure. So we will build that there. Let's get rid of these. Very good. So the longer the game goes, the worse are our chances of winning. So that's what I learned, and I'm trying to remind myself of based on the statistics. And it shows quite nicely here on Arena, because it's very difficult to have a short Arena game. I think the shortest ones have been due to our opponent dropping
Evet ama oduncu.
No, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no. Okay. And even those have taken 2 minutes. So after the first 15 minutes, and for the next 15 minutes after that, so 15-30 minutes is very peak, and then after that it's
Hazır. Tamam, evet,
doğru.
yaparım.
Avcı,
Tamam,
doğru.
tamam. Efendim?
alright.
Avcı.
Evet.
Avcı. Efendim.
Efendim?
Yes.
Avcı.
And after that it's just a slow motion disaster.
Usta.
Okay, take my
Evet
word
usta.
for it.
Oduncu. Emret oduncu.
We're going to be a little bit housed,
Evet.
Seyiz.
and
Hazır.
Avcı.
we have some idle time here and there. We could use a boar.
Hazır. Yaparım. Tamam.
Oh well.
Evet.
First game after
Usta.
a
Doğru.
very lengthy break of 2 days or so.
Usta. Seyiz.
Makes sense. So we
Emrin.
should not be too stressed about this. Okay, shall we keep our sheep? Perhaps? Okay, Turks. Usually what I expect people to do
Hazır.
is
Avcı.
to try to do some sort of fast imperial age to get the use or the benefit of the
Efendim?
free chemistry and whatnot. What
Emrin.
have you?
Yaparım.
But Khmer, on the other hand, elephants, of course.
Efendim.
Avcı.
What else? Ballista elephants, just so they can. Let's take a look at that corner as well, just in case there's something. So they might be trying some sort of fast imperial age, or at least castle drop-ish tactic themselves. Don't know. Are gunpowder units good against them? Don't know. Are we missing sheep? Yeah, presumably, perhaps yes. Would I know if we did? Oh, someone might have told us about it, but no guarantees. Did we lose sheep on our daring scouting mission? Perhaps we did. Let's do some extra
Seyiz.
scouting now that we are here. Oh. Is it our daring scouting sheep coming back home? Oh,
Evet.
Usta.
okay, one more.
Being rushed.
Hazır. Yaparım.
Evet.
Avcı. Yaparım.
Doğru.
Tamam.
Yes.
Seyiz. Evet.
Efendim. Evet tamam.
Great news. Thanks.
Emret madenci.
Although I don't know if we really got that back because
Evet.
Avcı.
we were worried it got eaten by a wolf, that is. Alright, so what do we do actually? We are on our way to feudal age. We are in very good health.
Efendim. Usta.
Save that sheep,
Usta.
whom shall be eaten soon.
Hazır. Usta. Oduncu.
Emrin.
You
Doğru.
are good.
Oduncu. Emret.
Very
Seyiz.
good, you go to Paris and then we will figure out something eventually. But we should be able to get rid of their scout. Since we get the upgrade for free, right? Right? Right? Timing is very similar.
Hazır.
Very good. Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. That's a very daring hit.
Efendim?
Few
Emrin?
villagers.
Emrin yaparım. Usta.
One spearman to show dominance.
Hazır.
Oduncu. Siz.
And we could
Oduncu.
eat that.
Evet. Evet. Tamam.
Yes.
Seyiz. Efendim? Oduncu.
Emret. Allah Allah.
Now it is to be expected that they will not be
Efendim.
Usta. Seyiz.
showing themselves for a while, but don't know.
Emrin? Seyiz.
Hazır.
And then market, cause why not?
Usta.
Little stone, never hurt nobody.
Usta. Madenci.
Evet.
Hazır ol. Evet.
Oh no, castle age already?
Hazır.
Maybe they're still
Evet.
enjoying the life,
Usta.
Efendim?
but not for long.
Usta. Evet. Usta.
Na, na, na, na, na.
Usta.
Di, di, di, di, di,
Efendim?
di.
Usta.
Efendim.
Oduncu. Seyiz. Hazır.
Then we
Usta.
shall do
Hazır.
some
Siz.
farming
Emrin?
stuff.
Usta. Usta.
Yes. We are slow-ish. But no worries, let's send few skirmishers out and
Efendim?
about
Usta. Usta.
and see if they can help us with.
Evet.
Emrin? Efendim? Evet.
So you will go
Yaparım.
there,
Efendim
you will go
madenci.
there, and you will become farmers. Right.
Evet. Tamam. İleri.
Na, na, na,
Hazır ol.
na,
Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Saldır.
na, na, na, na.
Emret. Allah Allah.
Du, du, du, du,
Evet.
du.
Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım.
Quality times. So they should be taking those relics quite soon
Emrin.
if they are playing this for reals. And
Emrin?
we should be doing something
Evet.
ourselves.
Usta.
There's no time to waste.
Hazır. Efendim.
Yet that's exactly what we are going to do. Prolonged feudal age, and then we'll see if we
Efendim?
Emrin?
Hazır.
make it to the
Evet.
Usta. Usta. Oduncu. Hazır.
imperial age without losing everything that we have gathered so far. Mind you, we are still trying to play this
Hazır ol. İleri.
as 1000er only, because that's how glass cannons work. But we might
Evet.
be in need of extra.
Usta.
Hazır. Efendim?
Usta. Usta. Usta. Usta.
Extra food.
Emrin. Evet.
We'll improve as we go.
Usta.
Emrin? Usta.
And what else might we need? Because their group of whatever it is that they have,
Madenci.
be it ballista elephants, might soon appear
Emret.
at
Evet,
our
tamam,
gates, and
yapamam.
then we are in a terrible position.
Yaparım.
Da da da da da da da da. Na na na na na. Perhaps one more villager and then
Hazır. Usta.
We have enough stone for few castles already. This might be a logical place. And the stone. But it's still,
Evet.
it's going to take a while for us to get there, so will they move out before we do? Perhaps they do. And with what forces? They are mining, so that's something.
Hazır.
And is this enough of the people?
Efendim,
Perhaps you
oduncu.
could help
Emir.
a bit.
Usta. Oduncu.
Few extra
Hazır.
houses.
Usta.
You do that.
Oduncu. Emir.
And then
Usta. Madenci. Usta.
but so we lost someone, but oh, they're here.
Hazır ol.
We
Evet.
shouldn't open the gate really, but
Hazır ol. Evet. Yaparım.
all right.
Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam.
Too bad we just sent all the units of
Usta. Usta.
of
Usta.
skills outside.
Emret.
But perhaps if we create a spearman,
Efendim.
you
Tamam.
could move here
Usta.
because it's more safe over there.
Emir.
And you could move there as well.
Usta.
Evet.
And
Allah Allah. Yaparım. Evet. Yaparım. Tamam.
then
Hazır.
what's left of you, you could build us a
Emrin.
castle.
Usta. Usta.
Perhaps some upgrades would
Evet
be
efendim.
nice.
Usta.
Extra house.
Evet.
Emir.
We
Hazır.
don't have a blacksmith, so that would be handy. Alright.
Hazır.
Usta. Efendim. Evet. Doğru. Evet. Tamam. Yaparım. Hazır.
Emrin. Usta.
Usta. Usta. Emir. Usta.
We are losing some villagers, but that's alright.
Usta. Doğru.
And then
Evet. Usta. Efendim. Emir yaparım.
that's that. Who will destroy
Hazır. Evet.
that force if possible? Good.
Evet. Tamam. Doğru.
And then you should be collecting us some
Usta
extra
madenci.
stone. If possible. Let's not do
Efendim.
Tamam.
worrisome.
Yaparım. Efendim. Hazır.
Doğru.
Efendim.
Yaparım.
Yes.
Emir. Madenci. Hazır.
Evet. Hazır.
Emret.
Efendim.
We can always. Oh, you are here. Very good. Okay.
Evet.
Come and help a bit, if possible. So we are perhaps a bit. Our position is a bit shaky now that we lost few of the
Hazır.
buildings of
Yaparım.
value. That's not too bad because we can always stop them from
Hazır ol. İleri.
getting much farther than this. Alright, very good. Well done, everyone. Then we would need extra wood. Where do we get that from?
Emret.
Okay.
Hazır ol.
Do-do-do. So let's destroy this and that.
Evet. Yaparım.
Emrin.
And then let's build a castle over here.
Usta. Usta. Usta.
And do some scouting here. there. It's alright.
Efendim. Tamam. Evet.
You
Madenci.
help over here.
Evet.
Evet. Usta.
And
Usta.
yes.
Oduncu.
everything's going to go just fine. Just fine, no worries. Do, do, do, do, do. Oh, well, we're not really controlling our units too well, but besides that, everything's just fine.
Hazır ol.
Few units here and there, and our fast imp is on its way very soonish. Of course, there is a chance that they are booming behind all this, but as soon as we get our eco back up, we will show them who's who. Yes. So some sad occurrences happened since we should we use you. Since we lost our town center and the castle, that would have been very valuable.
Hazır.
Okay, let's
Madenci. Yaparım.
go in there as
Madenci.
well. Run!
Usta. Usta. Usta. Oduncu.
Okay. Few extra villagers, why not? Let's keep this closed for now. And
Emrin.
Emret.
Oh,
Tamam
well.
varım.
I don't know if they have anything besides the force they are pushing us with. But based on the score, they are also on. They are booming behind this,
Efendim.
as they should. I think. But we can also try to do so. Likewise.
Emrin. Hazır. Efendim. Evet. Emrin. Madenci. Doğru.
We could try to add town center soon. Oh, but we can't. Right. Okay, well,
Madenci. Evet.
there you go. So what do they have? Scorpions. Alright. And is that all? That's most of their offerings. Extra HP for cavalry archers, not bad, not bad. And then a blacksmith that we could try to build here.
Usta. Çiftçi.
Efendim. Çiftçi.
Emrin. Usta. Usta. Usta. Çiftçi.
And then back to farming we go. Okay, but this is a very pleasant matchup. But what we need is, of course, fletching, yes. We could do with some armors
Evet.
and upgrades. Sure, why not?
Hazır. Efendim.
Usta.
Few
Usta.
farms.
Evet.
And
Usta. Emrin. Hazır. Usta.
And then we are somewhat in a hurry, because if they reach the Castle Age, then... Oh, sorry, the
Indeed.
Imperial Age, then that's so very sad. Alright, so we could expect the castle to pop up any day now. And perhaps this is one of those times when it would have made sense to add a siege tower. But well. Alright.
Hazır. Usta. Usta. Madenci. Madenci.
Let's add a few helpful buildings. And then
Hazır.
the score difference is quite large. Let's see if they're moving out. So there's power. So right.
hazır ol. Tamam, ileri.
So where are the castles then? The mangonels perhaps.
Emret.
Efendim.
Okay. And then we could try to take that gold as well.
Evet. Madenci. Yaparım.
And perhaps let's move here a bit. So my current take is that they are not they haven't moved out besides no they have. Scout cavalry. Alright. So perhaps we might need
Efendim? Usta.
a barracks
usta.
or two,
Usta. Usta.
maybe three.
Usta. Madenci.
Evet, yaparım.
Right. And then what?
Emrin. Evet ama. Usta.
So they are probably aiming to reach the next age any second now. But oh, and we don't get pikemen. Well, then the next best thing, of course, is to forget about that and instead build a few
Usta.
stables of our own. Yes. And then would it be time to aim to the next age
Usta.
before it's too late?
Seyis.
It might already be too late.
Emrin. Usta.
No, no, no, no, no, no, no. Since we
Efendim.
are playing this in a very chillful manner. Let's build
Usta.
one there. So if they have 120 villagers, then that's probably few villagers too much to our liking. What? Upgrades, yes. So can we expect to see elephants soon? I don't think it can be overruled at least. Oh yes,
Hazır.
Madenci.
that's too sad. Of course they are probably coming back.
Hazır.
It would make sense at least.
Usta.
Let's see if we can build
Madenci.
that.
Emrin. Evet.
We
Hazır.
haven't seen them for a
Emrin.
while.
Efendim.
Usta.
So let's build a house there.
Evet.
And you
Evet.
could walk.
Emrin.
Hazır.
No, no, no, no, no, no, no,
Evet.
no, no, no, no, no.
Usta.
Evet. Efendim.
Then you could build a house there. Very good.
Emrin.
Evet. Usta.
And then you could build a house
Usta.
there.
Hazır.
Emrin.
And then we will all carry on doing that and then that. Good.
Emrin.
Yes. Just like that. We are making progress. Wheelbarrow, very good. They have picked one relic, but one relic only, it seems. And we only have enough resources for one.
Hazır.
One castle, so much for that.
Evet.
Push. They have a few light cavalries already. So perhaps we will try to create some camels. Although we are losing quite a few. Or we are missing. We haven't lost anything, but we are missing
Usta. Emrin.
few things that would be useful.
Emret yaparım. Evet, evet.
Should we just push out? Yes. More villagers,
Evet.
and then. But that's fun. They're playing this in a very surprising fashion, I'd say. Hopsi Palveli. Enemy men surprisingly passive. Yes. That's my read as well. Really odd.
Efendim. Yaparım.
Go. I think they should have enough resources to easily win the game. So that's also a good reason to just stay put, especially now that they made it to the Imperial Age. Well, it's fun. But yes,
Evet. Doğru.
run. We are missing some key resources.
Usta.
And
Çiftçi.
hello, Hopsi Papeli.
Emret.
Nice to see you around.
Evet.
In any
efendim,
case,
Aruncu.
this phlegmatic
Hazır.
Hazır ol.
playstyle of ours is. And we aren't even using the trebuchet, despite the fact that we were supposed to. Based on the score, they have huge boom ongoing in any case, or at least, well, they probably have killed so many of our units that makes some difference. But what would we like to do when faced with scouts and ballistas? Because we could always create heavy scorpions of ourselves. We have access to cannons. We could
Efendim.
build
Madenci.
hand
Usta,
cannoneers.
Usta.
Going to try that, since we are still in the game. Ballistics don't really affect them, but we could try to mass those with 3
Emret.
artillery ranges that we have. So let's make it
Usta.
4, because we are
Usta.
clever in that sense. And then we could make this a sort of battle, despite the fact that the score-wise we have lost already. So at least we can grant our villagers and the citizens still alive the last joy of being able to witness this grand push of ours. Yeah, but this is very clever play. Like simple and efficient. Just push through, do as much eco damage as possible. In which case it was quite severe, since we lost the castle and we lost our town center, the only one that we had, and some 10 villages perhaps. And then just
Efendim?
take it from there.
Usta.
But at least they were forced to
Usta.
do this really
Usta. Usta.
reactive
Usta.
play
Usta.
of
Evet.
theirs, because we looked so dangerous
Usta.
with the castle push and everything.
Usta.
So that was fun. And then we can carry on there close the gate and oh yes. And now we get to see how scouts manage against this mass of how many do we have? 5 hand cannoneers. GG. Well played. Thanks for your time. Antonio III. They were very fair to. Also, thanks for the sheep. But yeah, this was one of the times where it would have made sense to do the siege tower play, because they didn't have the extra or the second layer of walls besides here on the castle side. So next time we will do that. And I think Turks on arena is something that, well, most of the civilizations we have played on arena have been impossible to beat, but I think that Turks at this level get this extra multiplier of respect. So despite the fact that our arena record is 50 losses and 5 wins, when our opponent, they of course don't know that, and when they see that their opponent's playing as Turks, they are expecting fast imp and castle drop and then Janissaries or something along those lines, and that's perhaps why we got that much time to play around. Because they didn't want to lose, and Turks are very powerful, so we are going to have to focus. But we were just somewhat behind. We fell behind after 10 minutes game time, so that shouldn't happen. But sometimes that happens. So let's see what they did. And they have, of course, very nice days. And might take a few years still not to be punch back on arena.
Yes.
Then again, they already have 3,000 games, so we got a worthy opponent for ourselves too. And the last games have been arena with Khmer, so could be that they are cooking something, or they already following this nice build of theirs. But this is, of course I missed it now, but we had such good presence over here, but still we failed to catch the villager. So how come? These two are walking, well, they are not synced. This skirmisher, of course, is chose a wrong path for themselves. But, like, note to self would be that it would make sense to position. Oh yeah, we aren't patrolling, so the spearman is just there. Yeah, but we could have catched this villager, and we should have, because we had the map presence. We aren't aggressive enough, and that's how they got the forward buildings up. They would have also, of course, sent a new one, but this was a free gift to themselves while we are doing everything right here, besides the fact that there's a single villager that just walks in. And then we also opening the gate for them. That's a different story. Now, if we had a few mangonels of ourselves, that would have been useful. The castle could have gone up earlier, because now they don't dare to move in for 2 minutes, and then we lose the castle. But this was a bit sloppy, I think, so perhaps that's what happens. That's how the game is played at 1k. And here we are able to push them away from the cold. Eventually, yes. Right, so we had like correct reads there that their slow army is here, slow moving army is here, and we almost prevented this one. Well, they still had 2 siege workshops, so they could still produce quite fast. But in any case, they don't have anyone on cold right now. So it probably feels, if I were playing as them, I would have felt in a worse, that we were in a worse position than we actually were. Like, this is all nice and all, but just, having no one on cold is still painful. Especially when they can see the map presence over here. And if we had, because they are only now building these stables, if we had jumped over their walls right away, or even tried to destroy those. Now we didn't, we tried to play this in a passive manner. But if we tried, then we could have halted their eco quite nicely. Now this was just a friendly game, so we didn't want to do any damage, but if we did, it could have been severe. And they still have no gold, so that's why they chose the light cavalry as well. Huh. Well, at least we read the map. And we were able to kill the forward villager, and they never sent anyone after that, so that's nice. So perhaps, despite the fact that they probably read the score, they still might have thought that we have a better stand in the map than we ourselves felt that we had. If we had 2-3 counteners here right after their push, then we could be producing a sizable army, perhaps. But that we didn't do. So now they are taking gold over here. Yeah, at least we got to give them a nice game, hopefully. That's a valuable thing itself. And then here we come. Outposts and everything. Well, we got as much as 50 villagers, but sadly It took quite long time to get there. But alright. So if we had, if we were able to stop the push with a bit earlier castle, and then we could have had our few army units fighting under the castle and Thousand of Fire, then this forward castle on top of their or against their main gold would have turned the game in at least more balanced state. So we got half the resources and half the villagers. Very good, very good, very good. What is it? 8 PM, yes. There's plenty of things to do. And did I ever change the... Yes, I did. Huh. This has been a long day, as mentioned. And despite that, we were luckily able to get useful additional knowledge from that game. Do Turks. Can I see the tech tree? No. Okay. I should have. I would have studied whether they have this siege unit conversion technology, but I can't remember its name. Alright. Well, this time we get to play Arabia, so no worries, we are not going to need any monks here. So Gujaras against the Mongols. Oh, and we will want to take the berries. Yes. I've learned my lesson. Because we would like to mill those. At least most of them. What else? Bonus damage for mounted units, that's good. Martin Clement. Friendly chap. Now, aren't we all? Where is the board? Extra pink, so that's nice. And
Shilpika.
and there's the boar, alright. Mongols. So they will start, of course, with scouts, because who doesn't? And then they will try to destroy our mill, because it's so valuable to us, because we will have those. Those herdables residing inside soon-ish.
Namaste.
And then the next floor is there. Alright. And again, we don't get too good spearman line, but no worries. We can still produce few of them.
Namaste. હું સમારકામ કરનાર છું. હું શિલ્પકાર છું. હું સમારકામ કરનાર છું. તૈયાર.
We are late with that.
हाँ.
Well, happens.
હું તૈયાર છું શિકારી નમસ્તે હા હા
Let's
હું બરાબર હું
take
જાઉં
care of this.
તૈયાર.
હું જાઉં છું હું તૈયાર છું શિકારી
Very good.
આજ્ઞા. હું શિલ્પકાર છું. શિકાર કરું છું. તૈયાર.
શિલ્પીકાર
નમસ્તે. હું શિકાર કરું છું. કરનાર છું. हाँ.
I will think of something as we go. Right, so we have forward gold, but our main goal is safe-ish and back gold as well. Stone on the side. Second one, don't know. But we will figure it out
હું તૈયાર છું
eventually.
નમસ્તે. हाँ. આજ્ઞા. હું શિકાર કરું
You
છું.
go
કરું
there.
છું.
આજ્ઞા
हाँ.
And the rest of you go there. Unless state
હા આજ્ઞા હા
stated otherwise.
લાકડહાર સંગ્રહકર્તા નમસ્તે
Hmm.
હા
Okay, one more villager and then
હું તૈયાર છું
let's hope for the best. So the sheep will produce. Okay. We are quite good at finding the town centers. Perhaps the buildings or the walls or something guides our way as
હું
well.
તૈયાર છું હા શિલ્પીક આજ્ઞા
It's quite often the case that we
શિલ્પીકાર
will get
નમસ્તે. હું સમારકામ કરનાર છું.
shot by that because we are not paying attention and we are
શિલ્પીકાર
lucky in a way
હું
that
સંગ્રહ
we
કરું
don't
છું.
appreciate enough.
નમસ્તે.
શિલ્પીક લાકડહાર હું તૈયાર છું
Okay, well, some idle time, but that's alright.
નમસ્તે
We will
શિલ્પીકાર
build that and then a barracks and then
हाँ.
લાકડહાર
There you
હા
go.
નમસ્તે
so we will try to be very
Yeah.
clever and can be actually because now our their main goal is very safe. Stone as well. Second gold and where's the third? Can't be there. One can be there. Now because our berries were towards our enemy, that means our mill is there as well, and because it's garrison with these cute animals that produce us
હું
a
તૈયાર
slow
છું
trickle of
નમસ્તે
food,
શિલ્પીકાર ખાણી
it would be a logical target for our opponent to hit. Don't know if they. Okay, so they are warning already. And oh no. Oh no. Luckily we are a camel, so if only we can make it through, we can show our. No. Hello. Oh, they have multiple scouts incoming. That's good. Okay. They're still going to lose though, so I'm not sure whether I'd like to do that exchange myself. Alright, so let's send one more villager there. And then we could start building
હું સંગ્રહ કરું છું. હું સંગ્રહ કરું છું. સંગ્રહ કરું છું.
3 scouts now. Okay.
હા શિલ્પીકાર
Let's
લાકડહાર
build a
શિલ્પીકાર
house.
સંગ્રહકર્તા
And then you will stay there, you will go there.
हाँ
Okay, let's fight.
शिल्पी गाड़ी हाँ हूँ जाम हाँ हूँ करिश नमस्ते बराबर हाँ बराबर
You could also help. Okay, well you can't.
लाकर हार
But you almost could.
हूँ तैयारी
So that's very
हूँ
good.
जाम संग्रह करता
Just lost few of our
आज्ञा
farmers in
तैयार।
the process.
नमस्ते हाँ समझी गई हूँ
That's
समाधान
alright.
करना छूं
Alright, few upgrades would be nice.
हाँ
And
शिल्पी
then
का लाकर हार
blacksmith indeed.
नमस्ते शिल्पी कहानी
Because we would like to fight them
हूँ तैयार शिल्पी
if
का लाकर
possible. That's going to be very micro intensive. Okay, nice try. Oh. Alright.
हूँ
नमस्ते
करूँ छूं
Yes, we will just go hit them.
तैयार
And archer range, we can show that they are interested in
संग्रह करता
learning about our whereabouts.
आज्ञा हूँ समार काम करना छूं
नमस्ते बराबर हाँ
तैयार
आज्ञा
हाँ
हूँ तैयार छूं
Right, back to work. And let's go. They still have 3 scouts, so protect him. Ooh. Archers, you say?
नमस्ते
Okay, well, we don't care about their anything, but we are happy that they are wasting more time on feudal age.
हाँ तैयार
So a few skirmishes just in case, and then
हाँ
हूँ करूँ छूं
fletching.
आज्ञा
Oh,
हूँ
okay.
करिश हूँ जाम छूं लाकर हार हूँ तैयार
आज्ञा नमस्ते हूँ समझी
Oh.
गई हाँ हूँ समझी गई हाँ तैयार हूँ करूँ
Okay.
छूं हाँ हाँ ठीक तैयार
We are having
आज्ञा
some questionable choices sometimes, but no worries. Okay, so we have lost
लाकर हार
one, but that's alright, and then we will kill those in a
नमस्ते
fair
आज्ञा
combat.
आज्ञा शिल्पी का
Work.
तैयार हूँ समार
Very
काम
good.
करना
तैयार
छूं
छूं हाँ हूँ जाम छूं बराबर लाकर हार हूँ करिश
Help
लाकर
as
हार
well.
आज्ञा
Alright, and we were supposed to do something as well.
आज्ञा बराबर
Okay, and back to work we go.
करिश हाँ
हाँ समझी गई
नमस्ते
हाँ समझी गई
Okay, well, we shouldn't throw them away like they are worth nothing.
हूँ तैयार लाकर हार
Hello? Do-do-do. Very good. So they still have few archers, but
हूँ समार काम करना छूं
we welcome those with open arms. Now,
तैयार नमस्ते
hold
हूँ
on now.
समझी छूं
Where might you be going?
हाँ
नमस्ते
हूँ शिल्पकार छूं हूँ समार काम करना छूं
I wonder whether they sent their scouts
नमस्ते
back.
हूँ
Perhaps they-
समार काम करना छूं
Okay,
आज्ञा
so back
हूँ
to
समार
work,
काम
everyone.
करना छूं
We have much to do if we are to kill our opponents
तैयार
with
हूँ
our
समार काम करना छूं
bare
हाँ,
hands.
हूँ समार काम करना छूं
And up we go.
तैयार
हूँ तैयार नमस्ते आज्ञा हाँ लाकर हार हूँ करिश लाकर हार
Alright. So we have lost a handful of villagers and
नमस्ते
given them some momentum, but that's alright because we are a very good civilization as the game progresses. Let's see if we can find them.
નમસ્તે હું તૈયાર છું
It would make sense for them to try to get to the Casolites now, since they have
हाँ
done the damage required. Could we take the the gold? Dum. Hello, hello. They have something over here, right? Okay, well, the scouts are not a concern anymore. And what about their archers? So, hello. Fletching but no army, alright.
આજ્ઞા
So we couldn't really push them.
હા આજ્ઞા
Let's take
હું
this
સમાર કામ કરનાર છું
if possible, since they are here. Okay. And then
શિલ્પી કહાણી
we could move you back, or should we do something else instead? Indecisiveness. Elephant archers.
આજ્ઞા
What a curious choice. Few crossbows. Na. We would like to secure this position if possible.
તૈયાર
Let's at least
શિલ્પી
give it a try.
કહાણી
Okay. Step lancers. That means that we are going to be in an awful position soon enough. We should have sent more people there. Alright, let's hope they are still going to spend some time before they move out.
હું તૈયાર છું
There we go. Very good.
નમસ્તે हाँ आज्ञा नमस्ते करूँ છું
Ooh, well, that was a misplay. No worries. We can still make it work. Hello, hello. Okay. Now we just wait and hope that we are able to outboom our opponent, which is not
હું
always
સમાર
the
કામ
case,
કરનાર છું
લાકડ હાર
of course.
हाँ
હું તૈયાર છું
A little bit of target firing would have helped, but
આજ્ઞા
alright, back to work, everyone.
Namaste.
Thank you very much.
નમસ્તે લાકડ હાર
Then we could take the matter to our
Adya.
own hands.
હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું
Let's see. Axe would be nice.
हाँ
There you go.
હું શિલ્પકાર છું તૈયાર ठीक
Losing that many steps can't be too good. But that's alright.
હું કરું છું
Na na na na na. Some upgrades, very good, and then we run away from those. Okay, so we will need more
आज्ञा शिल्पी का
farmers. We will need a stable and what else?
नमस्ते
Good night's sleep, but we can't have everything, so we're just going to have to make do with what we have.
शिल्पी का
There you go.
लाकर हार
And hello.
समझ गई
Scouting with the knight. It's alright. Alright. So they probably have
हाँ
a little better boom
शिल्पकार
than
हूँ
ours.
आज्ञा
Okay, let's
हूँ
build
समार
because
काम
we only
करना
have a handful of farms. That won't cut. So after everything that we have said so far, our plan is to build army of skirmishers.
नमस्ते
Yes,
तैयार
that's the play.
हूँ समार काम करना छूं
Few extra farmers.
हूँ समार काम करना छूं
And how do we scout our opponent then? With skirmishers, that's very good. Good thinking.
आज्ञा
Yes.
हूँ तैयार छूं नमस्ते
A house.
शिल्पी का
And
खानी
then back to gold. We don't actually need gold, so
हूँ करी शिल्पकार छूं
it's a misplay by someone.
हूँ समार काम
तैयार
करना
छूं
छूं
शिल्पी का
Houses.
लाकर हार
We could also benefit from this mount upgrades. Skirmisher, very good. Okay, so you help us study the map. That's the forward castle attempt. And then what do we do? We still have plenty of resources, we are just lacking the tools. So production buildings, for example,
शिल्पी का
and few houses might be also a key difference maker. So they will be having Mangudai,
हूँ तैयार
हाँ नमस्ते
and we could move back
हाँ,
here,
जाऊं छूं।
build a market,
शिल्पी का
and what else? Let's see if we have enough time to produce this handcart.
शिल्पी का
हाँ
Alright,
शिल्पी का
this, yes.
बर्फ लाकर हार आज्ञा
No?
शिल्पी का
Now we should be producing 1500,000. Oh, hello. Perhaps over here. Villages, so that we might have a chance
हूँ संग्रह करूँ छूं
getting back to the game, but we aren't actually doing alright. Doing that because we are busy doing other stuff.
शिल्पी कहानी
And few on gold, change of plans. And there's this horde of knights, and we will also be losing our pigs soon. So let's do some upgrades. And we would also try to study how their base looks like. Right.
हूँ तैयार छूं हाँ
ठीक
नमस्ते हाँ हूँ
हूँ
तैयार
करूँ छूं तैयार आज्ञा हूँ समार
Expecting
काम
them to
करना
show up,
छूं
but
शिल्पी का
नमस्ते
move. headables.
शिल्पी का
आज्ञा
Alright, so we can still play on for Cold White. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. And let's hope it's going to be Elo filled and Joy filled.
नमस्ते
હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું હું સમાર કામ
Please.
કરનાર છું હું સમાર કામ
Those two
કરનાર
would be
હું
nice.
કરીશ.
Now,
शिल्पी का
based on the score, they have nice looking Elo.
આज्ઞા
No Elo, but a nice looking Eco.
હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું
And they are just waiting for us to realize the situation
હા. હું સમાર
as
કામ
it
કરનાર
currently
છું.
stands. But
હું સમાર કામ કરનાર છું
since this is a new year and all, we could still try to
તૈયાર હા હું શિલ્પકાર છું
play on for extra few minutes. And if they get to Imperial Age, then of course that's going to be that. But if we manage to beat them to that, then that's very good. Things don't look too pretty right now. We didn't really want to use many of our resources.
હા
अकबर नमस्ते
તૈયાર આज्ञा નમસ્તે
शिल्पी का खान
And we're also lacking the building required to get to the next age. Luckily, castle is exactly the type of building that would work. So, castle up. Any day now. And then we go. And our... Oh no. GG, well played. Thanks for your time. So, as is quite commonly the case for us, if we don't act aggressively ourselves, then we are not acting at all. But at least we got this nice booming simulator, 40 minutes and as many villagers, or actually 60, but still. Villagers is not too shabby. They were on 2000ers. Not too many farms, but enough to make this work with a little aggression that they had. Let's see. So they weren't unbeatable. We just were really slow to react. Or like one of the things that would help us on our journey would be to commit to this. Like, what I mean is that when we get pushed by our opponent, then it would make sense to drop all those, or just make enough army to defend. So siege workshop probably would make sense, and park that under our town center, and then skip all the upgrades, just produce villagers. So if we are forced to choose between producing a villager or doing some sort of upgrade, then producing villager should be the choice. And at least if we beat that, then we shouldn't have as much idle thousand time as we did in this match as well. I think it's probably going to be 10 or 15 minutes, thanks to the additional defensive thousanders that we actually didn't do too much with. We are already 10 villagers behind. They're idle thousands of times, of course, a couple of minutes as well. And this was very efficient push here. We got 1 kill, and their army is in tatters, but we could have pressed on towards their cold as well, seeing that they had few archers. But let's see. So 18 villagers behind, and 3 minutes idle TC time. And also, we lost the 7 villagers in these battles that weren't really as sustainable as I hoped that they would be. Now we didn't need crossbow or anything, we could have just dropped these we could have just dropped Townsenders 4 or 5 and then huge amount of farms. Since they, for a while longer, they can't really touch us under the Townsenders. With the archers they can of course destroy farms and do, or be painful in that sense, but that's basically all. We could still afford a Magno or multiple, but no worries. Martin Clement hasn't played but some 30 games, so good for them. But they have been focused on Mongols lately, so it's very good that they got rewarded for that. But here we could have this really daring castle forward that we could have denied if only we had few army units, for example. And we almost got a kill. At least we forced the reaction, so that's very good. And that's nice, being active with the knights and all. Like the amount of, like, despite them being this aggressive player, they already have 22 or over 20 people on farms, and we are only just getting started. And we are floating quite much food. We should probably use that for something. And even now, if we had just a few mangonels, we could drop this pressure, or we could have taken this. Like we could have secured the front of our base with few siege units. And Gold White, not sure if it's meant to be like this, but your mic is only on the left side of the headphones. Thanks for telling. There's this audio setting that we should be able to fine tune. Just a second. I don't think. I'm just going to have to think. Where is it? It is. Let's see. Do some important monitoring stuff. Na. Fun two. Okay. So only audible on the channel that's called left. All right. Let's see. The good news is that we have been here before, so it's just going to take me a while to remember how it was supposed to be changed, because let's see. Testing. Doop. Doop. Na. La. Do. Da. Better? Good now. Thank you, Cold White. Thanks. So, now we are back in a very good situation where only thing left for us to improve with is the play quality, which is a very good state to be in. We have improved. We have made very good leaps during the last 15 seconds, for example. And yeah, so our initial idea was to try to harass our opponent during the feudal age, but we were just slow to do that, and then so our eco balance wasn't quite there, and also we lost so much time and villagers to these few scouts already. So we should have changed or adjusted our plan ever so slightly once we realized that we can't really send too many military units towards themselves. So we were a bit optimistic doing all these upgrades. We did fletching despite having only few archers, so we could have just fought with 2 skirmishes, and also we did do men at arms upgrade and supplies to get them cheaper, and we didn't need that either. Cold White, I think good thing to do if slower is wall up quick. Yes, that's generally very good advice. Alas, we are trying to play as much open as possible, just to also reward our opponent if they choose to play aggressive and try to harass us, just to get our reactions up and running. So, or to improve our reactions too. So while we could have walled our base, especially after their initial aggression, we could have secured our base wall from here, for example, just to get some more room and safety to our front lines, secure our very dear mill. But still, we should also learn how to make use of the time, and that's the problem I currently have on Arena, that this booming approach, how to balance the eco, how to produce enough villagers, when I'm usually thinking about counter attack and doing all these needs. Like we didn't need Podkin Arrow, for example. Well, it's of course very good for the defensive structures, but when they have knights fighting under our town center, we are already in a very dire place. So perhaps if we had more villagers and some army units, then that would be better than to have sharper arrows, for example. So we could have slowed them down, but I don't know if we would have been able to slow them down enough that our boom would have picked up. Perhaps stonewalling this would have been just the thing to do, and then 15 minutes later we would have had the resources to finally produce, like, and wall there as well. Pa-dam! And then just wait for a few extra minutes if possible to be able to push out. But yeah, that's generally a very good idea. I agree. And that saved it. Well, we didn't actually attack them during the game, but as soon as we saw them balling, we knew that they are planning on at least sort of fast castling, and that we probably can't just run into their eco despite the fact that it was wide open. Cold White, yes, aggression is the better answer, I guess. Yeah, well, that depends, of course. Like, if I was sure about my skills of, like, or if I knew that Gujaras would be a very great post-imperial age civ, that this is, like, if we are just able to postpone the final battle for 15 minutes, then we are sure to win. Or if I just had if I trusted my micros and macros, then sure. But now when we had quite a sloppy and slippery early game, it also felt like good enough to try to see if we are able to play this out in an open manner and get to a point where we are finally able to produce any unit of any sort, or if our opponent is giving us more room than they should, and then suddenly we are able to raid, for example, their base and get back to the game. Because if we had a chance to raid and kill 10 or 20 villagers, we had the chance, but we are not taking it. But if we managed to pull that off and they didn't destroy 2 of our town centers already, then all of a sudden we would have a game. But failing to do that, then it's also a nice thing, at least I'm currently thinking that way, it's a nice thing to give them this joy of pushing in and being able to finish us with this majestic but also finely built push of theirs. Yes, but eventually we are going to have to win as well, and then the tools that I'm willing to use are of course going to change accordingly. So now we are trying to play as much open as possible, and we are trying to be aggressive, but if we fail at that, then we are going to have to learn to do new things like build army and all that. So it seems that without army it's very difficult to win, even if it's not impossible. Let's see. Alright, but good commentary. Thanks, Cold White, for the in-game and also out of the game comments. Welcome around. Now, I'll make myself a cup of coffee and then we will try to get back to 1k. Let's see how, oops, let's see how that goes. And let's also hope that our tech, now I'm referring to the microphone especially, still works after this short break. And so, be back in a bit. Take care. And we are back in stereo, hopefully. Let's see. Doop doop doop. Doop doop doop. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun dun. Dun dun dun dun. Doo doo. Well, I'm not an expert, but I'm feeling hopeful. And let's see if we can find ourselves a game. We are also trying to fine-tune production values. And by fine-tuning I mean improve them for this once. Let's see. Huh. Alright. No, we better not touch anything since everything works. And the Gujaras that we previously played against Mongols also get camels, as was visible in the scout unit of ours. So against scouts and knights and mango dice that they threw our way, I think it might have made sense to try to produce some stable units, since we get this HP bonus as well. Let's see. Mounted units deal bonus damage. So that's nice reason to produce those. Well, we did produce a few elephant archers, so that's good. No harm done, but we could have made even better decisions. So next time we'll know. And Magyars against. Right. Is this Mongols again? Yes. Yet again we get a cavalry sieve against sort of cavalry sieve. So perhaps we will do some stables this time. Also cavalry archers would be the play, but we'll see. Now the goal is to be a bit more aggressive than we managed to be the last time, so as to prevent Mongols from dropping the forward castle on us. That would be nice. Not a mandatory thing, of course, and we also get to compare how they are playing, because we of course expect that their goal is somewhat similar, so that we would face scouts first and then and then some archers perhaps to support those. That's alright. Yes. Not great, but I've played worse, so we will take that. And we will also be very quick with our second boar fetching attempt.
Gyűjtögetek. Jó napot.
That's how clever we are.
Értettem.
So cold forward, main cold and secondary. Additional cold on the back. Berries forward a bit at least. Forward a dish. And
Igen. Vadász. Igen, egy.
Szolgálatás. Gyűjtögetek. Értettem. Vadász. Parancs.
Azon. Szolgál. Vadász. Igen.
Igen.
now we have made it clear that we are aggressive. Yes. Oh no no no. Save the piggy. I thought we would be friends.
Jó napot. Megyek, fát vágok. Parancs. Érted. Vadászok.
Well, flaming is not the worst thing someone might do. Do. Hello. Hello. Alright,
Jó napot. Építkezek. Vadászok. Parancs.
so we lost one piggy, but that's no biggie. Because we can always
Igen.
try to win it back.
Szolgálatára.
Back. Makes sense, yes.
Jó napot. Építkezek.
Do. So they have, or they are taking use of that hunting bonus, unlike our previous opponent, I think.
Építkezek. Gyűjtögetek.
Igen. Szolgál.
Parancs. Építkezek. Gyűjtögetek.
Jó napot.
Szolgálatára.
Parancs.
Azonnal. Igen.
Gyűjtögetek. Igen. Gyűjtögetek. Szolgál.
And then we could try to send someone over
Jó,
there.
értettem. Építkezek. Bányászok.
Let's see if they are on the corner too. Do.
Igen, uram.
Parancs.
That's also a bit unlikely or uncommon thing to take
Parancs. Rendben,
hunt
uram.
from the
Igen, uram.
neutral grounds. But if we are very close, then that of
Igen.
course
Fát vágok.
is no surprise. They're just scouting and blaming instead of
Szolgálatán. Parancs.
Um,
Rendben.
let's see, we need farms.
Igen, rendben. Értettem. Rendben.
Instead of pushing the deer.
Igen, uram.
And they are gone.
Rendben.
Hello.
Igen, értettem. Szolgálat.
Alright.
Igen, uram. Szolgálatára. Igen, uram.
Hello.
Igen,
Ooh.
előre.
Okay.
Parancs. Rendben. Támadás. Szolgálatára. Igen, uram. Értettem. Parancs. Igen,
Well, we almost made it out.
Igen, rendben. Parancs. Szolgálatára. Értettem.
Bye.
Igen, parancs. Igen, értettem. Szolgálat. Támadás. Parancs. Igen, rendben. Igen, szolgálat. Parancs. Érted? Rendben. Szolgálat. Igen, uram. Rendben.
Houses. That's too bad.
Szolgálatára.
Well, soon we will be losing villages. Oh, units. Bye. And all you were farmers then.
Építkezek, építkezek, fát vágok. Építkezek,
You as well. Very good.
parancs,
And perhaps you would also think about changing to that. Alright.
Igen, rendben, parancs, igen uram.
So we have one denied house.
Igen uram. Szolgálatár. Igen,
Very active
rendben.
scout.
Szolgálatár. Parancs, igen, rendben. Rendben.
Na, na, na, na, na, na, na, na, na. Hello, hello.
Rendben, értettem. Rohan.
Just passing.
Igen, előre. Rohan. Szolgálatár. Igen, rendben. Igen, igen uram. Értettem.
Blacksmith up already.
Értettem. Igen,
Other
rendben.
walls.
Értettem.
igen.
Alright.
Építkezek, építkezek, építkezek,
Boom.
építkezek, építkezek, építkezek, építkezek, építkezek, fát vágok.
Good.
Parancs,
Okay. Now we're ready to go. Oh well. Well, so this might take a while,
igen uram. Rendben.
but luckily we have very motivated.
Jó napot. Fát vág. Igen.
You could become a farmer.
Építkezek.
Still see you more as a farmer.
Gyűjtögetek.
Okay.
Igen.
So we can expect scouts,
Parancs.
but this time can we try to surprise them with our very clever moves? So
Parancs.
double barracks.
Szolgálatára.
Yes.
Ép-
Few houses.
Gazdák.
Szolgálatára. Igen.
Okay. No armor upgrade as of yet. So we could produce few. Was it 20 gold?
Építkezek. Építkezek.
Okay, let's forget about gold ourselves and
Szolgálat.
start producing.
Parancs. Igen. Rendben. Igen, értettem.
Igen.
So hitting the wood line then.
Parancs. Támadás.
Jó nap, megyek, azon értem, megyek. Igen, fát vágok.
Előre. Szolgálatára.
Szolgálat, megyek,
Right?
építkezek,
Jó napot. Parancs.
azonnal, igen, fát vágok.
Igen. Építkezek. Gazdák.
Perhaps a farmer or two.
Szolgálatára.
Jó napot.
Értem, megyek, értem. Azon, igen, megyek, azon, értettem. Fát vágok.
Szolgálatára. Megyek.
Yeah, that's no biggie.
Jó napot.
Du- du-
Építkezek,
du.
fát vágok.
At least we are not housed now.
Szolgálatára.
And
Rendben. Parancs.
let's go.
Igen, uram. Rendben. Rendben.
Go there and destroy the stable, for example. And then
Szolgálatára.
you could help over there.
Igen.
Oh,
Parancs.
you,
Értettem.
yes.
Igen, igen, uram.
You could come
Értettem.
here.
Rendben, uram. Értettem. Szolgálatára. Igen. Szolgálat.
Let's see what they are up to. Alright.
Parancs. Igen, értettem.
Igen, igen,
Parancs.
megyek. Parancs.
Igen. Szolgálat. Igen, uram. Értettem. Parancs. Rendben. Igen,
here we
rendben.
go.
Igen, uram. Igen.
Now the idea is that if they are on one stable only, then we should have.
Parancs. Támadás.
Let's produce just a few extra.
Szolgálatára. Igen.
Oh, hello, hello.
Igen, értettem.
Well, they're not even walling, so it's alright.
Előre. Parancs.
Another thing is that they will be losing villagers that they shouldn't be in a position where they can afford to lose. Yes.
Építkezek. Építkezek. Építkezek. Építkezek. Építkezek.
Great farming indeed. Yes.
Szolgálatál. Előre! Parancs! Támadás!
Okay, well, goodbye, scouts.
Támadás! Igen, értettem. Igen, uram.
Ah.
Értettem. Igen, uram. Előre! Igen. Szolgálatál. Igen, rendben.
And now we need more gold. Okay. It's just a bit slow to react to that, but
Jó
that's
napot. Vágy.
a very good thing. So there you go. Okay, so this is ours to lose this game.
Igen, rendben.
And perhaps you could try to go there as well. Again,
Jó napot. Parancs. Építkezek. Gazdálkodom.
few houses and then we carry on. Good. Well done, everyone.
Szolgálat. Rendben.
Doo-doo-doo.
Igen, uram.
So one stable
Igen, rendben.
down, and do we see an archery range or anything of any sort
Szolgálat.
anywhere? Let's see.
Parancs. Igen, uram. Szolgálat. Igen, uram.
Doo-doo-doo.
Parancs.
So we could expect them to
Jó napot.
aim to get to the next age, but
Igen. Érted? Igen, uram.
we have
Parancs. Gazdálkodom. Építkezek.
farms that could use
Szolgálat.
farmer,
Támadás. Igen, érted? Igen, uram.
right?
Értettem. Parancs. Igen,
So
rendben.
there's the archery range.
Igen.
Hello.
Igen, rendben.
Ooh, double archery range.
Igen, rendben. Előre. Parancs. Szolgálatál. Parancs.
Alright.
Igen, rendben. Igen. Szolgálat. Igen, rendben. Igen, uram. Parancs. Igen, szolgálatál. Igen, uram. Támadás.
But why would they do such a thing? So let's kill that first, and then that. Hello?
Igen.
And then we could try to go there.
Parancs. Előre.
And
Igen.
perhaps
Szolgálat. Támadás. Parancs. Igen.
we could go there as well. Third and fourth barracks, yes. Because that's how the game is played.
Szolgálat. Igen, érted? Igen. Igen, érted?
Doo-doo-doo. Alright, so what was it? Oh, carry archer, alright. Well, that makes our barracks play a bit ambitious, but we could produce
Építkezek. Bányász.
few scouts instead,
Építkezek. Építkezek. Építkezek.
perhaps.
Szolgálat.
And there you go.
Jó napot. Egy fát vágok.
Szolgálatál.
Parancs.
And then we would like to get to the next age. But we are lacking the buildings.
Szolgálat.
Well, not for long. Alright. Let's just go there, go back. No, no, no, no, no, no, no. Oh. Well, the good thing is that their eco is quite idle for quite some time, so that's alright. And now they're throwing away their units. So let's produce a few scouts just to make them run,
Építkezek.
and then
Jó napot.
we should be getting to the next age eventually. Then we can carry on with our very... Okay. And so you go there, destroy that, and you will move here.
Értettem. Igen, uram.
We
Értettem.
will just walk around just a bit. Doop, doop, doop. Then we can carry on.
Igen.
You go there.
Előre.
It's very
Parancs.
good.
Rendben.
Hmm. Okay, let's destroy these while they are around and about. So we should be in somewhat good position, even if they have a few units, like they currently do. So light cavalry and little bit more speed. It's very good. And then we could try to hit where it hurts. Additional town center, alright. Okay, it's very good. We can live with that. Live with that. Of course, few knights would be nice, and also
Építkezek.
some
Bányászok.
cavalry
Szolgálok.
archers of our own. Let's
Bányászok.
make a switch like that. Hello, hello.
Igen, értettem.
I have gold over there. Hello. "15 farmers, it's very good. Hopping in.
Igen. Rendben.
And then few cavalry archers of our own.
Jó
As
napot.
promised. Where's the next wood line? Here?
Építkezek. Fát vágok.
Knight would be nice.
Szolgálatán. Parancs.
Alright.
Parancs. Támadás. Rohan. Igen, uram. Támadás.
We almost got that. Few more villagers. Let's just run around a short stint.
Rendben.
Hello. Alright, few more units. And then we have way too much gold, but
Igen.
Építkezek. Igen.
we will make use of that later on.
Szolgálat.
Fát vágok.
Oh, hello.
Parancs.
And you go there, you go there. You go there.
Parancs. Igen, értettem. Szolgálat. Igen, uram.
Hello. Ah, houses.
Parancs. Előre.
Okay.
Szolgálni értettem.
Well, this is more like it. So that's how you stop Mongols. By playing a prolonged feudal age. They even build a monastery. Is it for the night? Or just to get the relics? Could be. Alright, let's have a look. See if there's GG. Indeed. You read my mind. At least it's that was more fun than the previous match against Mongols. Even if we had some slips here and there as well. But let's see. So they are finding their sheep, and do they then move forward to steal ours, or what's the play? I thought that they were hunting on the neutral ground, but they were, those were pair deer, so it's alright. They almost pushed them, but then decided against that. Do they just... They're not even going to eat that? Okay. But luckily we had all our boars by that time, so we didn't lose any. I'm not sure whether they are looking for that or just scouting in general. But in any case, when you hear someone ringing the town bell, it's very often the case that they are not too advanced a player, or they are just messing with us, perhaps. Cold White, winning when sheep is stolen feels even better. Indeed. Indeed. And losing after stealing a sheep must feel terrible, so that's why they carried on. This is also... I'm waiting to see if we ever reach the level where we don't hear the town bell, because now it feels somewhat dirty to play against players who utilize that. And Cold White, also thanks for the follow, because it might be that they are in overall better players, but since it's a very basic thing, it makes me think that perhaps we are doing something wrong when we are still hearing the bell. And that's a rhetorical remark, because we obviously are doing things wrong. But yeah, at least those scouts did very little. Those walls were nice. Of course they are holes, but you can't help that. But it was weird to me that they didn't just fix the walls or finish those, but decided to evacuate instead. But well, they had this army breathing their necks, and now we're also going to lose 50 or so units to this town center, so the bell did its work. But still, now we could have added archers, but it didn't feel right after all we had done so far. Cold White, you did very good, I think, here. Opponent was much earlier in both ages, and still you won. Thank you. Thank you. I think in previous game, now that I had the break, so I had some time to coach myself, it would have made sense to postpone the clicking to Castle Age as well, because quite often at this level at least, even if we are trickling in units like this, we can still accomplish huge things, like causing idle time. Like we have still almost 15 more villagers, perhaps because they are planning, or they are trying to play or fulfill a plan that they had in mind with timings and all, and they try to stick with the plan. We shouldn't have lost all these men-at-arms, but we are going to do that. That's exactly what's going to happen. But for example, if we had this army still alive, then we could destroy these buildings quite easily, but but we cost 15 seconds of idle time, so that's also a very good trade. But so I think that in the previous game as well, if we had a little more army presence, then perhaps we could have caused havoc to our opponent, and they wouldn't have been able to pull off their plan as they did. And this is also, I'm not a huge fan of cavalry archers when you are forced to micro with them, when you also have army in your base. So that's also a signal that this might work at this level, when our opponent goes to double archer ranged cavalry archers, and a single spearman can kill all of these if they are left unmicroed for a while. So this is very ambitious play by them, I think, and that allowed us to win. If they had if they had chosen scouts and knights, for example, then our army wouldn't be very worthy against them, and they could have just left those running amok as we are doing with our army here. Now they're forced to constantly react to just a single longswordsman. That shouldn't be a threat, basically. But I shouldn't lose them like that, but we're in a position where we can lose them. They couldn't. So this is a curious thing. And it takes some extra time, I presume, to learn to read the game. That's just how I feel about it now. And that's probably the point of resignation when they decide, when they realize that this very killable group of longswordsmen have managed to kill, what, 6 villagers, and the town center isn't very likely going to go up. So their plan was what? Stone, so they can get a castle, but not probably a defensive one, but they would have dropped it here or there, and then they would have killed us from there. At least that's how it went in the previous match. The player was different, but I'd be surprised if there are quite many Mongols playbooks around. I could be wrong. Alright, but GG's indeed, and we'll see if we are able to repeat this story of success story. But this is also what I mean when I said earlier, an hour ago or so, that the earlier the end, so the shorter the game, the more likely we are. They were quite fast. They were just wasting their time clicking with the cavalry archers and the scouts. But the shorter the game, the better our chances. And perhaps now we were in a position where we could have carried on with the boomish approach given enough time, but it just takes so much effort to get there that it's very unlikely in a usual game if we are under aggression. But yeah, thanks. Short answer. It's all thanks to coffee. That slowly warms the fingers, which do the work of their own, after which the brain interprets what just happened and tries to explain how it was all our own doings and clever thinking and what have you. Poles is not as if I'm too good at playing with. I think we are more likely to lose than to win, but then again that applies to almost every civ besides Deluge RS. Yay. Thanks to you too. So Deluge RS is one of our friends now. Very good. And we like them immensely. But they are Georgians, and Georgians get this this nice castle units cavalry, of which name I shall remember soon enough. I don't think I know how to play them well, but I tend to lose them, so Delugares, they are great anti-knight. And all this typing has thrown our build just ever so slightly off, but no worries, because we can always work our way back to the top.
Rozkazania?
Tak też zbieram. Tak, pojmuję. Zbieram. Tak też zwierzynę. Natychmiast wykonam. Zbieram. Rozkazania. Gotowa. Pojmuję.
Gotów jestem.
So let's hope it doesn't come into that.
Tak.
Oh, and Paul's also you train Obushu Uu.
Zbieram. Rozkazania.
So you train a which unique unit which lowers armor and then use skirms to deal massive damage. To which I reply, that's correct, but I just don't tend to get to the numbers. And Deluge RS, I get you, I also have problems.
Rozkazania.
Łowię zwierzynę.
It'll learn.
Tak. Łowię zwierzynę. Łowię zwierzynę.
Yes, in general I think poles should be good.
Witaj. Natychmiast wykonam.
Łowię zwierzyny.
Gotowa. Natychmiast pojmuję. Łowię zwierzynę.
Georgians too. How do you feel about them? Yeah, fallback is good, they say. Yes. Just build my first.
Gotów jestem. Wal.
But I should try to secure the base for that to work. Cold White, best civ in game, Georgians. Yes,
Rozkazania.
I.
Zbieram.
Hold on now. So
Gotowam jest.
we are losing. We are missing some sheep due to some early game thingies, not problems, and that's why we don't have enough food to actually
Też uczynię. Zbieram.
get to the next age. But we will just be very aggressive with our
Pojmuję.
very picking.
Sprawiam.
game.
Jestem górnikiem.
Yes. And then we'll go up. So, mix of cool ideas and boring ideas, says Deluge Aras. So regenerating cavalry is good, but unique techs are both vacant, like they don't help you much. If you get like 40 knights, you get 7 free pop space. Oh, that we were supposed to do.
Gotów jestem. Sprawiam. Sprawiam.
Sir. But those could be the deciders when both are pop capped. There is a sale, €7 for DLC. I think I have them all. But I will spread the word. So did you hear that? €7 perhaps for a DLC?
Zbieram.
So what are you waiting for? We are also not scouting. If only this wasn't as high
Witaj.
pacing,
Jestem sprawiarką.
high paced game. By the way, I lost the will to boar, so don't worry. I lost the sheep to wolves. So plus I hit Downwell once on accident. Accidents don't count.
Witajcie.
Alright, so
Tak.
it's farm o'clock.
Sprawiam. Sprawiam. Zbieram. Sprawiam.
And let's
Gotowa.
hope they don't
Jestem
destroy
strażaczką.
our farms now that we are at it. Where are you from? Finland. Now you know as well. But we are lacking. I love Sisu concept. I think that's one of the artificial things. But then again, what isn't? Good that you are aware of it in any case. So some idle time, no worries, we can still make this work. But now we need
Jestem
a barracks.
sprawiarką.
And let's see, so they are there, they have a nice pack.
Rozkazania.
What happened to our let's eat the boars and enjoy life? We should have also researched horse color first, but we will improve as we go. You go there,
Jestem sprawiaczką. Drwal.
and then
Rozkazanie. Tak.
Pojmuję. Natychmiast uczynię. Pojmuję. Tak też uczynię. Drwal.
one spear just for the sake of it. I try to have broad general knowledge. Good. Helps to connect things that more you know. Right?
Jakieś rozkazania?
When I play Civs, I read about them on Wikipedia. That's cool.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Drwal. Tak, drwal.
Gotów jestem.
You go there, few extra please.
Do
Yes.
waszych usług.
And then we go.
Jakieś rozkazania? Tak uczynię. Naprzód!
We're not even scouting, we just trust our feudal age aggression, blah blah, that it's going to work. So there was the gold, which was nice. They are mining what? Gold?
Do waszych usług. Jakieś
Okej.
rozkazania? Do waszych usług. Pojmuję was.
Oh
Rozkazania.
no.
Uczynię. Natychmiast
Run.
Rozkazania.
Tak, witaj. Pojmuję. Tak też uczynię. Pojmuję. Tak też uczynię.
The other hand,
Pojmuję. Natychmiast wykonam.
alright. So their
Jakieś
cavalry
rozkazania?
regenerates, as we know.
Rozkazania. Drwal.
Jakieś rozkazania? Tak uczynię. Do broni!
But it doesn't help if they are losing them.
Pojmuję was. Tak uczynię.
Gotowam jest. Rozkazania.
Yes.
Tak.
Pojmuję. Natychmiast uczynię. Zbieram.
Ooh, barely able to keep it alive. Good for them. Then we need more houses,
Jestem sprawiaczką. Drwal. Jestem sprawiaczką. Drwal.
and we should try to keep an eye out for our mini-map.
Pojmuję was. Do waszych usług.
Let's go there.
Owszem. Pojmuję. Tak uczynię.
And
Rozkazania. Gotowam
Hello?
Jestem
jest.
górnikiem. Jestem górnikiem.
Rozkazania. Tak też uczynię. Tak też uczynię. Natychmiast drwal. też uczynię.
okay,
Rozkazania.
Jakieś rozkazania? Atakujmy! Owszem. Do waszych usług. Tak, panie. Jakieś rozkazania? Owszem.
let's go there. We will go there.
Tak, naprzód! Atakujmy! Tak, pojmuję was.
Nice walling.
Owszem. Do waszych atakujmy! Tak, pojmuję was. Naprzód!
Even sending their cavalry back. Okay.
Tak. Witaj.
Oh, some idle time, but
Jestem sprawiaczką.
there was nothing we could have done to prevent that from happening.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Gotowam jest.
That wasn't even very good lumber camp, but well,
Do waszych usług.
all right, let's go.
Pojmuję was.
So, they are perhaps aiming to the next age or eyeing.
Jakieś
Ooh.
rozkazania?
Well, that was
Pojmuję was.
explains
Naprzód!
very much.
Do waszych usług.
And then we could perhaps
Dobrze.
hit them from there.
Jakieś
Let's see.
rozkazania?
The most important thing is it's hard to micro the weak scouts. I know this you tried. Makes sense since the region. Nice mule cart walking too.
Do waszych usług. Pojmuję tak was. Uczynię. Owszem. Pojmuję was. Tak uczynię.
Good practicing. Ooh,
Jakieś
hello.
rozkazania? Naprzód! Tak, pan. Do broni!
Call didn't help. The key was surprising while you type.
Pojmuję was. Tak uczynię. Pojmuję was. Dobrze, tak uczynię. Do waszych usług. Tak uczynię. Pojmuję was. Pojmuję was. Tak uczynię. Do waszych usług. Owszem. Dobrze, tak uczynię. Do waszych
Alright,
usług.
so
Jakieś rozkazania? Pojmuję tak uczynię. Dobrze, tak uczynię. Tak uczynię.
yeah, ask for volunteers and it's farming, I guess.
Pojmuję was. Tak uczynię. Do waszych usług. Tak uczynię. Owszem. Tak uczynię. Do waszych usług. Tak uczynię. Naprzód. Atakujmy. Owszem. Naprzód. Jakieś rozkazania? Owszem. Jakieś rozkazania?
Okay, let's carry on
Tak uczynię.
with this. Oh, few more
Jestem
farms perhaps,
sprawiaczką. Jestem
because they will be showing
Witajcie.
their forces eventually.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
And we don't like that.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
But there's very little we can do about it.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
Okay, so we have 1,000 and it's nice.
Tak, panie. Do waszych usług. Owszem. Pojmuję was. Do waszych usług. Jakieś rozkazania? Tak, panie. Owszem. Pojmuję was. Dobrze. Jakieś rozkazania? Tak, pojmuję. Dobrze. Tak uczynię.
Okay, a night or two.
Jakieś rozkazania?
So, let's see. Hopsy Papeli, opponent seems a nice fellow, and amazing that some people are able to have a real discussion between all the things going on in the game. And indeed, Cold White, such a nice friendly chatting game. Yes, I have one in my possession as well, so take your time. A cat. But indeed, so perhaps when we also had this secondary or tertiary army here guarding these farmers, that's something that I usually don't do. So by accident, everything might happen. Sec. Just giving you time to bet that a little. Ready. Alright, so now we are officially friends, and it's going to be so sad when
Tak,
few of us are going to have to
Tak uczynię.
die and rage quit.
sprawiacz, sprawiacz.
But yes, as I was about to say, then oh, we also have the sheep still.
Gotowa.
Okay, so let's
Zbieram. Rozkazanie.
take care of
Jestem
that.
sprawiaczką. Jestem górniczką.
Do waszych usług.
Hello.
Pojmuję was. Dobrze, tak uczynię.
Na, na, na, na, na, na, na.
Do waszych usług. Jakieś
So it probably helps if someone is
Do waszych usług.
Hmm.
Owszem.
reading Wikipedia while playing the game. It probably helps during times like this. So our infantry focused play will carry on, but we will also be expecting knights soon enough.
Gotowa jest.
We were also supposed to click up, but well, it happened now.
Jakieś rozkazania? Owszem.
So we send this small force just to
Dobrze. Pojmuję. Do broni. Jakieś
keep them
rozkazania?
on their seats. Cold White. Market and buy food to go castle. Yes. That's not what we did, but that's a good idea. Hello.
Rozkazania.
Owszem.
Just passing.
Jakieś rozkazania?
Gotowa jest.
Do waszych
O.
pojmuję tak uczynię. Jakieś
Na,
rozkazania?
na,
Tak,
na,
panie.
na,
Tak,
na,
pojmuję
na.
was. Dobrze,
Da, da,
dobrze,
da,
oj,
da,
tak,
da,
panie,
da,
dobrze,
tra, la,
tak uczynię.
la.
Pojmuję was.
Now the problem is that they're on castle age already,
Do waszych
and we saw them adding town center, perhaps even multiple, so it
Do
might
waszych
be
pojmuję
that
was.
our very slow boom approach is not going to cut it.
Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz.
Okay, we can't
Rozkazania.
2.
send
Natychmiast
you all there,
wykonać.
but we can send some of you.
Jakieś rozkazania?
Alright.
Pojmuję was. Tak
Hello,
uczynię.
hello.
Pojmuję was.
Dum.
Gotowa. Natychmiast wykonam.
Do waszych
Zbiera.
Witaj.
Pojmuję.
Surprising move.
Tak uczynię.
Alright then.
Atakujmy!
Witaj. Tak też
You
uczynię.
can
Tak.
run to the safety as well, and perhaps you could help your fellow friends during times of need.
Witaj. Gotów jestem.
Jakieś rozkazania?
Just like this. Yes, my army control is
Natychmiast wykonam.
slowly getting there.
Tak uczynię.
Meanwhile, we will send some crossbows,
Witaj.
Gotów jestem.
soon to be crossbows, to throw
Do
them
waszych ust.
off
Tak.
again, so they don't know what
Rozkazania.
hit them.
Gotowa.
Pojmuję.
And if they are playing this
Rozkazania.
running away with few knights
Jestem sprawiaczką.
game for long, then
Jakieś
it's going to be a
rozkazania?
really,
Owszem.
really
Do
dull
waszych
game.
ust. Tak uczynię.
But let's see.
Tak uczynię.
We can still be friends.
Pojmuję tak uczynię.
We will just have different hobbies, different thingies.
Jakieś rozkazania? Tak uczynię. Do waszych
So we would
ust.
like to get defensive town center over here, so we could get some.
Jakieś rozkazania?
Stone.
Do waszych ust. Tak uczynię. Pojmuję was.
Oh, we have a villager with us. Okay, well that explains.
Pojmuję. Zbiera.
I was very curious about the controls, but it all made sense. Hello.
Jakieś rozkazania? Tak, do waszych ust.
You go there. You go there.
Atakujmy!
There. Okay. And food. Right, some idle time.
Do waszych ust.
Doesn't look too good. Especially since we are losing wood by building this.
Jakieś
A
rozkazania?
monk.
Tak uczynię.
Hello.
Do broni! Tak, panie. Naprzód! Pojmuję was. Do broni! Tak, panie. Atakujmy!
Very important free pick. But alright. So we expect that they are trying to just.
Owszem.
If only we had a market. Well,
Jakieś rozkazania?
let's send few units. Just
Owszem. Do waszych ust.
see how they are
Jakieś rozkazania?
proceeding with their lives. So we expect that they will just boom away and then get this huge army number eventually.
Tak.
A castle.
Natychmiast wykonam.
And now they get these
Owszem.
units that have a name that I shall soon remember. And then they will run amok with those. Is also what I'm expecting. But no worries.
Rozkazania?
Hello.
Naprzód! Owszem. Do broni! Do waszych ust. Pojmuję was.
You
Naprzód! Jakieś
just
rozkazania?
so that, and
Atakujmy!
then the rest of you could
Jakieś rozkazania?
do something about those.
Rozkazania.
So instead of building the
Sprawiacz. Gotów jestem. Sprawiacz.
town center, we will
2.
do the
Rozkazania.
required buildings so we can click up to the next age. They perhaps are doing that as well, but
Gotów jestem. Sprawiacz.
it's alright.
Do
Hello.
waszych ust. Tak, panie. Tak uczynię. Do broni!
Don't worry, they only cost gold.
Jakieś rozkazania?
So a monk or two down, but that's alright
Witajcie.
for them. And then we wanted to get some stone, but
Sprawiacz. 2.
secure
Do
ourselves some
waszych ust.
Tak.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
access to.
Tak. Pojmuję. Też uczynię. Zbiera.
There's a name for that resource. To wood as well.
Witaj.
Okay.
Tak. Rozkazania. Jestem górniczką. Tak.
Do, do, do,
Jestem
do, do.
górniczką.
Now what do? We could create a stable and a few scouts.
Sprawia. Trwale.
For example, we could produce a defensive siege workshop.
Jakieś rozkazania? Atakujmy!
But since we have plenty of resources, we could also just waste them in any way that feels neat. So get rid of that as well.
Owszem.
Do, do, do, do, do. Secondary stable, few houses. Alright, we could have produced more villagers. I just
Witajcie.
didn't think that we had the second town center up already. Alright. And now we just rest on our laurels and think about life and all the things we have learned during the last previous times.
Tak.
Let's make it 15 minutes, for example. Alright. And
Gotowa jest.
now we have this small window of opportunity that we can't utilize because we didn't plan for that too much, but it's only a matter of time before we get the ideas that we so sought.
Jakieś rozkazania? Do waszych usług.
So what's the name of the unit? Lightis? No, that's Lithuanians. So it's Monaspa indeed. Yes. In you go. And then just rage them probably, but the problem is that we are going to lose this quite fast, and we don't really like that too much. So you go back there, and you go back there.
Do waszych usług. Ojmuję. Broni!
But perhaps with the help of few units. 800 gold? Nobody got that type of resources. Okay. Let's see if we can somehow keep this alive for a while. Ah, hello. Alright. Goodbye. Then we could go there, for example.
Rozkazania. Witajcie.
Natychmiast wykonam.
Rozkazania.
O.
Tak.
Tak też uczynię.
Hello.
Rozkazania.
Rozkazania. Natychmiast wykonam.
Let's just carry on doing whatever it is that you would like to do. Alright. So Imperial Age it is for all of us, and we are lacking some key resources, but
Jakieś rozkazania?
we are right on the edge of success. Okay, so some units over there. Alright.
Owszem.
Now the problem with Monaspas is that they are very efficient when grouped up in numbers like they are currently doing, so
Rozkazania. Witajcie.
we don't need more food. We
Rozkazania.
need you back to work,
Tak.
and then perhaps a full work, right? And then you would go there,
Rozkazania.
and you would build some farms as well.
Jakieś rozkazania?
Huh. Well, luckily we have just the resources required for a... Okay.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Pojmuję. Jestem sprawiaczką.
For a let's switch the angle castle. And how is our aggression going over here? Alrighty-shish. Not really, but it's not terrible either. So they have defensive castles and all that. So things are looking grim,
Takowe życzenie.
but we don't mind about that. We should, but we don't. So it might just be that they have
Tak też uczynię.
played the game before and they could have a solid plan for how to progress when they reach shots position for themselves. But we can always try to raid them nevertheless, or despite that. There we go.
Witaj.
And then you could help there.
Rozkazania.
And we could build some extra
Tak,
farms.
sprawiać.
It's very
Tak,
good.
trwał.
You could go there to get us some stone. Hello. And then we could go there. Because in any case they are playing this in a slow fashion and we have 85 villagers. We just have to get rid of theirs. Which might take a while, since we aren't really producing. Ooh, hello. Alright, then there we go.
Rozkazania.
Hop. To the safety.
Wykonam.
We can't feed you all, but we can make them
Gotowa.
pay. Yes. Da da da da da. And now that they are here, actually we could try to destroy.
Rozkazania.
Let's see.
Jestem
Additional folwark, yes, there we go. And then we could try to destroy some of their siege equipments. And let's go there as well. Alright,
Witajcie.
and then we could build
Jestem
additional
sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
castle.
Gotowa jest.
Let's just go there. Very good.
Rozkazania.
And there's a few
Jestem
move
sprawiaczką.
there.
Gotowa jest.
Gotów trwał.
Those hussars are good. Thanks. I built them sorry, not build. I trained them myself. That's true.
Rozkazania.
And now the problem still is that they should have all the means for winning the game. But if we
Sprawiać. Sprawiać.
make surprising switch to something,
Sprawiać. Sprawiać. Tak.
Rozkazania.
Natychmiast wykonać.
gold?
Witajcie.
Surprise
Jestem
switch to
sprawiaczką.
gold units? Then what are you going to do that? Do. Some cavalry archers, just for the sake of it. I'm losing some houses, but that's alright. Let's see if we can do something about that farming eco. Might be that the answer is no. Do. Uncapturable. It's the horses. Meanies, those are. Alright. So let's send a few extra units somewhere.
Gotów jestem.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
Mm. additional castle could fit here.
Sprawiać.
Just to give us some extra room. Alright, and then there we go. Hello. So now the idea is to force them to move back a bit. Knights cost less. Ooh, light cavalry. Well, we should be able to afford that in just a bit. But alright. And then let's get rid of those. Well, some of our units didn't go where they should have, but that's alright. Like they don't really care too much about these ranged units. Arrows. Could also be because we don't have all the upgrades, but
Sprawiać.
well,
Uczynić. Trwale.
we will learn by doing. And then we were also able to harass them just a bit, but not quite enough to make a difference, but that's alright. But did we get the trouble?
Tak.
Yes. Yes. That would be nice. Even if it's only we are just having fun at this stage, of course.
Rozkazania też uczynić. Pojmuję.
At least we should be able to get rid of few of those rams. Well, one of those rams. But it was a good try. Then we are doing some work over here. But it could be that we don't actually have a winning condition anymore, since we weren't able to destroy their eco too much. GG, thanks for the lesson and hope to meet you again. So Deluge RS perhaps had a clue of how to play with Georgians, and we were best game I had in a while. If only people were as friendly as you. Indeed. Likewise. But perhaps we can train them one person at a time. So there's hope. Happy New Year and all the best. Happy New Year to you too. And any friends you might have. Myself included, of course. Alright, so at least we had quality times with new friends. But we didn't play this too well, because their ego is still, I think it would be beatable, especially since they gave us so much time after we destroyed few of their trebuchets. So it would have made sense to try to build an army instead of throwing them away one by one as we usually do. Oh, villager high. So I think they felt they are in a better position than they actually were, and we also felt that they are in a better position than they actually were. So let's see. I think that if we watch the recording, then they have this. If they are not floating thousands of resources, that's possible as well, but I think that it's possible that they would have run out of resources eventually if we just held for some extra time, and having 10 or 20 hussar fighting with the castles would have helped, for example. Now we lost them here, and the cavalry archers we pushed out when we could have just stayed put for once. They didn't lie about the town bell, so Deluge RS, mark that name, and then we can only hope that the idle TC time is comparable for both of us, because this is really difficult thing to do. But as you could tell, I neglected the chat while playing. So here comes the scouts. I don't think they achieved too much with these, but our army was not in good position. So I think we have some spearmen running around soon enough and what have you. But we had nice picks here and there, and now eco kills 2 for them and 1 for us. And 1 villager has been lost to a boar, but that doesn't count. And then we lost men-at-arms' here fighting the new car. And what then? I think we are in a good position here. We just don't build on. We don't keep that position that we had, because we could be adding archers, for example. Of course, they are going to play more cavalry units, so those feudal age archers will go down very fast. But currently they have 2 knights, 2 more in the production, or 2 more in the queue. The farming eco is still efficient, but well, as Cold White said, using market as Doubt would advise us to do as well, and then getting the castle age would be an option. Now we were housed, and that's why I did the wheelbarrow, but we are also losing our army one by one here, but we didn't really have to lose. Or if those were together, then we could destroy the blacksmith, for example, and few houses without losing all these to few knights. So that's bad. And also we have this feudal age army still at home. Because they are trying to expand with their eco. So I'm thinking if we had sent all forward and just applied pressure, destroyed the stable, for example, they wouldn't have resources right away, because they don't have wood line besides that one there. So they wouldn't be able to produce more right away. So one of the things was, I think, that we could have done better would have been staying aggressive, because we have 8 men-at-arms and 8 spearmen. So it made very little sense to keep them home. We could have forced the knights back. But because these are of course very annoying and they will destroy villagers, but I'm not using the army too well here either. Not that I did a very good job here, but if we had double the numbers, then we could have perhaps focused on staying at one place. And then there's this castle prop. This is very passive, but perhaps that's because they saw the army that's still staying put. We also saw their scout moving down earlier, and then that's where the knights hit us, so we could have foreseen that. We have 2,500 food and still no villagers in the queue because we want to click up, but we don't have the second 1,000, so we can't produce those. But yeah, okay. Eco-wise, I think thanks to poles and the farms and whatnot, we could have, because they were very slow attacking here. So what we could have done is carried on with our push. Now we are forcing castle. I didn't recognize this. We could have killed, or at least slowed that down a bit. But if we still had units roaming in, then they wouldn't be able to keep all their army here with the castle, or they at least they would be forced to make a decision whether they want to stay home or help defend at home or carry on with the push. Now here luckily we get rid of those siege units and are able to do push, which is going to end up badly probably, but yeah, but we are quite even on villager numbers, so it seems that having few units of units that have some sort of decent armor, especially against melee units that can't reach us on our way there, unlike ranged ones, we could have picked their siege units quite easily. Also, of course, archers in huge masses, but I don't think we have the resources for that. And we could have tried to just produce these hussars instead. For example, with better army control we wouldn't have lost them to these knights and monastas either. And then, because these are really good against trebuchets, and now we get that much extra time again. The problem of course is that if those cavalry units went to move forward, they would be able to destroy everything, because we don't have the last, what is it? Don't know. They didn't even have fletching. So the castles looked dangerous, but they weren't as bad as they, or as lethal as they felt like. But yeah, some additional eco balancing, double the farms, for example. If we had won, we should have also targeted this castle in retrospect, because now we sent this trebuchet here in the front, and we didn't have anything to defend that with, so we could have tried to get rid of this forward here too. And now we have 20 more villagers than they do. And resources collected more or less even. So what's going on for them is that they have the army, we don't. And right now, if we had more units around, like these carry archers don't do much. Shameful. Yeah, even now we could be producing more than just 2 hussar, so we are not really playing this all too well. And the trebuchets are doing work, but that doesn't help, because we are just throwing them away, more or less. And the murder holes and what have we don't do too much. One extra castle we could have also afforded. Okay, but this is nice. So what did we learn here? The cavalry archers weren't really good. We could have added more cavalry of our own. The knights that were cheaper gold-wise, that would have been a nice tech as well. Because just capture and push shouldn't work too well. I don't think. But having 2700 wood should mean, let's say, 20 farms more, for example. And then we would have food to produce these hussars. And they should be quite good. Now they are floating resources, but they don't have too much food. So that's their army that they have. So for the elite Monaspa is of course a very powerful army, but we could have still carried on with the game if we hadn't lost all these like 40 or so villagers here. We just would have been wise to add more folwarks and also build up the forces so that we can push them back, or at least make them think twice before advancing to our eco. But that's nice. And these were indeed winged hussars, so Paul's unique light cavalry unit that are quite good, but we just didn't get the numbers. But good game indeed. We just didn't play to a perfection, but then again, who does? If you have ever watched any tournaments, then you know that there's always a slip or two. Even the best of us make mistakes. And as it's quite common at this level, the player who does fewer mistakes is more likely to win. But at least a very good booming attempt under pressure. But we could have still won the game. That being said, since we are here mostly to make friends, I think it's more suitable for a character that we lose our first encounter with Deluge RS, and then in the future ones it doesn't matter as much if we win them constantly all the time and forever and ever, because they can always refer this first encounter of ours. So GG by us. And this also meant they were quite let's say quite slow given the amount of typing that we had during the game, but perhaps that doesn't tell everything. But there was some other point that I'll remember. Yeah, so the raids worked, at least to a certain point, because we were able to harass their eco. It just was a little too little and too late, since we couldn't keep our base safe. But no worries, because we have learned a plenty. Alright, short break is in order, and then we shall carry on with our friend-seeking approach. The goal being that we will find 15,000 more quality players like the previous one. Stay tuned. If you leave, then please take care and enjoy your times elsewhere, and feel free to come back whenever. Alright, see you in a bit. And we are back-ish. Let's see. Perhaps. And hopefully you all are as well, since the action is slowly sure to continue. Action-packed friend hunt. Just fine-tuning the screen and then perfection is achieved. Oh. Hello? Ah. In the previous game it made no sense to create cavalry archers, because the thought process I had behind that was that not only would that be surprising in a good fashion, but also we would be able to raid their eco and be out of reach of their castles and town centers. But that would have required a little bit more action points that I have in store. So what ended up happening was that we sent the carry archers somewhere and then they got killed by the defensive structures or their monaspas or what have you. Which means that it would have made more sense to spend or to invest all that food and gold instead on farms, for example, and why not some knights and winged hussars as well, and then just mindlessly send them around the map if we couldn't think of any better use for them. At least that's one take from the previous match. And now we get to play as Britons against Cumans and Cumans.
Bulden, ready, Bulden.
Cumans usually, so far that I've got to play against them, F Reborn doesn't sound familiar, but they usually try to get the second town center on feudal as is their gift, but if we are aggressive enough then that could perhaps be prevented from working in their advantage. Makes sense? Pronunciation could be improved, but the idea can't, because it's correct.
Mandatum.
Whereas Britons, usually one might expect that we would want to go archers, but we do get very nice infantry, so
Greeting?
let's see if we can make that work again. Well, we are not efficient with those, but well, eventually we will learn. So stone, that's very nice. Gold, stone, forward. That's stone as well.
Ready. Bulden. Correctus.
Okay, well that's the additional gold. Let's see if we can locate them.
Mandat? Correct.
Chopper.
You go
Yay.
there
Hunter.
and there.
Liquilin. Gatherer.
And back home you go.
Yay.
Yes.
Doop, doop, doop, doop, doop.
Ready. Hunter.
And what's then? If you could try to be a bit more aggressive, perhaps. We will need the mill. Or I can't work without that.
Ready. Hold them. Gather.
Let's make it very defensive in that manner. So that could be their gold. That would mean that they are over there, perhaps. Let's see.
Mandatum Hunter.
Very safe main gold.
Greeting. Yay.
Yay.
Doot, doot, doot.
Ready.
Yes.
This time we were also able to save the villager, which doesn't happen all too often. You can ask anyone. Do we have enough food to make it?
Yay. Hold them. Yay.
Let's
Chopper. Chopper.
Ooh. Okay, so they have berries, their townsend should be around here-ish. And what have they? Stone.
Ready.
Hunter.
Greeting. Mandatum. Greeting.
Hunter.
Ready. Gatherer.
Right.
Mandatum.
Then a
Britain?
barracks.
Liquilin. Bulden. Gatherer. Yay.
And then
Greeting. Mandatum. Ready.
Mandatum.
Yay.
Hunter. Chopper.
to that you will go there. Oh no, they are walling already. Well, luckily we will be there approximately in
Ready.
time.
Gatherer. Mandatum. Yay. Bolden. Fish.
Alright.
Grayton. Ready. Yay.
Why are you here?
Yay. Chopper.
Greeting. Yay.
Chopper.
Well,
Ready. Bulden. Chopper.
Ready. Yay.
let's see if we can keep this open. So they have stone. Okay, they have gold. They don't have blue. This is still open. Okay. Good. Oh, but we should kill their scout because we are way more powerful, of course. Well, not way over powerful more, but you get the idea. We almost were very powerful. And we will learn as we go. So a few farms,
Chopper. Grayton.
Mandatum.
few more farms.
Bulden. Bulden. Bulden.
Greeting.
Bulden.
That's what we tried.
Yay. Bolden. Bolden.
And then
Bolden.
blacksmith,
Chopper.
thank you. Back here, please.
Ready.
Do. So we are a little bit in a hurry. So they will want to have their town center on gold, but that means that their food line should be vulnerable. Where is the second town center? Yeah.
Ready.
This is odd.
Bulden. Bulden. Chopper.
Mandat.
2 houses. We weren't in time. Our gather points, everything's disastrous. No worries. You can still make it work.
Mandatum.
So loom. Yes. All we need is some extra units to give some. Okay. Additional pressure. Because they were late to add the town centers, that would mean. Ooh, they're trying to get more gold. Okay, that's clever. But that won't do. Okay.
Ready.
Yes. Chopper.
Mandatum. Greeting.
Let's wait for that to drop and then carry on. So they're going to spend some wood repairing these. And
Mandatum.
Yay.
Bulden.
we
Bulden.
should be
Bulden. Ready. Bulden. Bulden.
mm,
Bulden.
Greeting. Yay.
getting more farms because we'd like to get through the walls. And this doesn't cut. So where is the second town center then? Here-ish? Could be there, but alright.
Mandatum.
So we wouldn't want to add archers yet, at least, if we can avoid that.
Greaton. Mandatum. Bulden. Greaton. Ready.
So let's try to surprise them with very swift
Ready.
Chopper.
scout play. Swift, of course, is
Mandatum.
not as swift as
Bulden. Bulden.
some pros might. Call it, but alright. There we go. That would be handy. Okay, let's scout around a bit. I don't know how many village archers they are about to produce.
Bulden.
Could be that they are only relying on one and we are
Mandatum.
in a dire place, but
Ready.
let's see. They aren't over here, right? Okay. Ooh, and we are two. Here as well. Alright, so let's double down. Na na na na na. All this, well, we are doing good work, everyone, but that doesn't quite cut it. Right? Oh, there's a hole. No, no, no, no, no, no. Oh. Alright. Now what we need is ambition. see if we can destroy those. They even opened the gates for us, so that was really nicely done. So, oops. Just when I'm looking away, we are about to get killed. Okay, let's help our friends. Let's produce a few extra units if possible. Alright, so if... what's... Ah! Well, this is the most curious thing. So are they preparing a town center drop? Or... what's the play? Oh, well... yeah... going to lose you, but... it's alright. And if you go there and destroy that. Alright. It seems that their eco is a little bit idle, so I don't know if they still have the means to... problem with... oh, well, happens. So I don't know if they have a chance to come back to the game, but... now we know. Aha! So they did build another town center. They were just very clever and we never found it. So why did they needed more gold, so that makes sense. But why didn't they just build the town center here, for example? It was a very cunning play, of course. And they managed to... So their boom was really good. That explains why they didn't have army. So our mistake would have been if we didn't get through the walls and then all of a sudden we thought that they were still on 1000 for some reason, and then due to our inexperience, for example, and lack of scouting, and then this second base would have surprised us with the forward castle, for example. Bam! Because all those little villager pigs here and there wouldn't matter if they are still able to produce from 2 town centers, and we are still playing on only on one. But well played, because they managed to keep us thinking that they are still only on one town centers themselves, but that small army number would have or should have given us the clue that they are investing elsewhere. Now they are trying to secure themselves some gold. And we should have also counted that they don't have too many villagers here. So I was misled by the this town bell, and I thought that they are, if not clueless, but at least they it might explain why they don't have villages, why they don't have second town center or anything, but that was just the quickest way to get some hold of the game. And if we had scouted this, they are producing spearmen for... okay. running fast. So if I had looked at the minimap, well, they did have blacksmith home, and then we were just in time to stop that from happening. It's very odd play. I mean, like, why risk it? Then they could have just dropped the 1,000 there, for example. But if they were expecting archers, then but this isn't too good either. Well, at least the good thing about this game was that it showed how important scouting might be, because if we had known about this, we would have sent the scouts, for example, here, instead of running them against their walls. So for once, scouting the map would have actually been very beneficial. And perhaps their only problem was that the walls were breached, and once that happened. But why did they want... what did they do with the gold? Because we are both on feudal age, wrong game. We are both tools perhaps, but tools for content producing. So why would they care if they don't have access to gold right away? Since they could be booming and producing skirmishes, for example, and clicking the castle age with the help of the gold that they already have, or with the help of the market. Unless they wanted to switch to gold units once they get there, and of course archers would be a suitable play at this stage, but well, perhaps they were stubborn in a similar manner as we quite often are, so no harm there. Alright. Well, this goes to show that despite the fact that they had 10 or 20 villagers more, since they couldn't afford the lumber camp here, and their eco was somewhat idle due to all this walling and repairing and back and forth running, we were still able to collect 1/5 or 1/6 more resources than they, so we could spare to lose few units. Well, 15, but still. Alright. GG. And this time we didn't get a GG for ourselves, so perhaps they weren't as impressed by our humor as the previous opponent, but not everyone can be. If I can stabilize that. Only barely, but yes. Like this. One day I'm going to make this nice revealing video about this content producing room that we currently reside in, and you will be amazed by the production quality. Of course you will be amazed about that right away, but by the setup that we have here. The choices. GG Rare Parrot. Rare Parrot. Happy faced them. Could very well be that my name memory is just not quite great. And that was Cold White, carrying on with 7TV emote or /TV emote, but I can't tell the difference. And I'm busy microing my eco. So macroing. But let's see. I'll understand everything and everything will make sense very soon-ish. Oh, so Cold White. No, the Rare Parrot is emote. Okay. If only I had done my learn about internet course with solid grades. Rare Parrot. Hey, that looks cool. This perhaps a little bit shocked, frozen-faced green parrot, which we call rare because they usually don't freeze. Ah, I don't know if there's a story behind that emote that everyone should know, then that's a very good. Now is the proper time to tell that. So we are Mongols against the Teutons. So they would expect us to open scouts, which would be only fair, so we are not going to do that. But we will instead go and open with infantry. Yes. Cold White. I have no idea, but there probably is one, yes. Okay, well, we will find out the background story, and if there is not one that's good enough, then we will create one eventually. Don't worry, and you don't have to participate. I'm just team player, so that's why we. Perhaps it will hit us during the game. We are also late to the house, but no worries because. No worries in any case. And thanks for the GGs. Couldn't agree more. And now here it makes sense to play as Mongols, despite the fact that we got that as a random because the hunting bonus. So we could try to utilize that. That hunt that is there in the middle, and we could try to protect that with our infantry. Yes, clever ideas and easily done, and that would that should also encourage us to play this in a somewhat aggressive format. And that's a very good idea then. And instead of going to the berries, we could build a mill in the centrum, or on the valley, yes. Cold White, this is stream map for Mongols if allowed to get hunt. So should we presume that they would not allow us to get the hunt? It probably makes sense to try to stop us from getting there. But, well, let's see. So they are on the other side. Hello, just passing. Dum, dum, dum. Take that police dead.
Timo. Bitte Bein. Bitte Bein.
Now let's send few villagers forward and take that. And then we can think about the rest later on. She would help that a bit, and then would help here. Well, some misplays here and there, but in general nothing too major. Okay, good. So let's see how they are doing. Then carry on helping your friends. We are very shy with this. Well, this mining camp isn't the most optimal one, but it will have to. Oof, just don't tell your friends. So we will have few farmers, so they think we don't know what we're doing. And then we would. Okay, well, we did everything that we could, but that wasn't enough. Luckily, we will have more units soon, so no worries. Just a few farmers. Na. Of course, if they notice that we don't have a mill on the berries, then they know. But so that there, this. Hello. Right. And then we go. Few more villagers. And let's see what they are up to. Oh, if only we still had our scout. The great chap. Alright, so some sort of walls, alright. Let's spend a few seconds there. And then we will go through. I don't know if the scout is still watching. Let's hope that they are, because we are trying to be clever. Alright, so additional walls. So they should be showing up with a force of their own, which is good because we are idle. Ah, ha! Very good. We should be able to get some kills here now. Now. Let's carry on with that. So they have some idle time, but we also haven't been all too efficient all this time. So second barracks, that's the play. Let's see if they have something here or there. Hello. Boom. It wasn't too great. But in any case, they are taking more hunt than we ever expected them to. So that's good. Then we could perhaps have few more farmers.
Bidden ban. Production.
Ooh, an archer. This is good, so they have invested, if not heavily, but at least slightly. Get there. So there was a hole, but that wasn't enough. That's alright. What about here? We have had some idle thousands of time that isn't really very good, but we can't prevent everything bad from happening all the time. So that's not us. Hello. Oh, hello. Still no fletch. No. Okay. Alright, so what else do they have? Houses. Right, well, you build us houses and then we can carry on with this. Misclick. That'll do. We will fix it eventually. Okay, so there's a hole. Let's go there. Then they don't know that there's a hole because they think that we got in from some other way. No. Just passing, don't you mind. There's no villagers, would be nice. Alright. Alright. And we should be able to get there with somewhat ease. And then we also have enough resources to change to archers ourselves. And now we will have a chance to fix our huge clicks. Alright. Right. So let's kill that and then we might be losing a few minute arms installed in the process. Let's go there instead. Yeah. Perhaps a bit too heavily on gold. But what do I know? Right, there we go. Hello. Let's go there. And here. And soon we should also be able to get the next age, of course. Well, I know about the too eager gold gathering because that's what we are doing as well. If you didn't happen to know this. Hello. Just passing. Nice walls. Alright, then back we go. But it also would make sense to scout the map a bit. Now that we are hunting. Yes. Perfect hunting, scouting, not hunting. So they built a tower, yes, they made it castle age, good for you. But what about us? We will also go there eventually. But not quite yet. Let's go there instead. Right, and are we ready to go? How come we are not ready to go? Okay. Thank you all. And some archers. Some East Blade move out, I think. On the other hand, it means that it was a great move by us. Since they are still... Ooh. Hello? Hello. Let's go see how they are managing over there. And perhaps as good time as any to move some people out to long distance farming. Always appreciated. So they would like to get a castle or additional town centers. That would also be the play, or the reason for them to... Let's take this hill instead. Okay. To aim to get some extra stone for themselves. What do we do? That's very important question. Some upgrades would be nice. Okay, let's just walk in. Hello, hello. Just passing, don't you mind? Alright. Oh no, you could stay there. Ooh! Okay, let's see if we can prevent that from happening. We could use some extra gold, so what is the lack of that? Right. Well, some units were lost, but the process is the most important thing. I don't think we would like to get any skirmishers. Okay, let's stay about here-ish. Skirmishers aren't too great against anything. I've learned. Unless there are numbers. Enough of numbers of thems. Few horses. Okay, let's just stay put. And then we could overwhelm them with our cavalry, because we have been collecting resources just for that sake. Right? Or we could even get these very neat step lancers. Okay, let's get rid of that. Just running in. Doop, doop, doop, doop. Hello, hello. Just passing. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. So they have 1500 skirmishers, and is that? Good. Few light cavalries as well. And then we could move there after that. Good. Well done, everyone. We are progressing. Let's just have a quick look around the map. Now the towers should outrange our mangonel, I think, but this is mostly to work against those. Well, nice micro attempt. Alright, so this should be our game, of course, but at what cost? And can we really make it work? Alright, so that's brave. And what's going on over here? Oh, we could have fixed this. Oh well. Luckily we will have more of this. Whereas they shouldn't have too many knights. Well, we are going to lose few villagers in the process. Upgrades for their sake. And perhaps our gather point could be there instead. Oh yes, because we are doing the work. Good. Well done, everyone. You've done it again. That wasn't as good, but well, we just don't think about that too much. We did very well. Good. Okay. And then there we go. Let's go have a look over there as well. Ooh. Repairs. That's heavy. So few extra camels. There we go. Let's see if they have a third town center. Oh, over here, right. Very good. Long distance lumber camping. Barracks. So they would like to get some pikes out on the field, I guess. And we could send few villagers on zone, why not? Second town center, just in case. And Cold White, big shot. And you must have been referring to this skirmishers killing blast, skirm blast, yes. Because that was the one and only and greatest that we got. Oh well, that was also big-ish, short-ish, but oh, yes. Great monk play. We are doing great work over there. So this is our fake push here. And Cold White, yes, Magnum shots hitting is very satisfying, indeed. And sometimes hitting other players' units is even more so, but we'll take what we with what we are given. Na, na, na, na, na, na. Okay, no. Well, it was alright. It was alright. No worries. Part of the game that sometimes we lose some. No. Yes. Imperial Age is exactly what we need during times like this, and then we need some wood. So how come everyone's mining gold these days? Like someone's ordered you to. GG. Red Cosmos An. Obviously they were watching the score, and once the score dropped they knew right away that we are on our way to Imperial Age. But really nice farming eco. Too bad it's idle, but ours? Well, it's idle as well, but at least the villagers are alive, so there's that difference. Unless they have died of hunger, there are some proofs that might have happened in the past. But in any case, I'm happy that this aggressive attempt worked out this time, because I've had difficulties on this map as well. So, Red Cosmos Sun. They've also played somewhat similarly, so 250 games or so, as have we. Or us. They've managed to produce more villagers. At times I was thinking that this was a that the situation was such that we were in a very commanding position, but perhaps that was only on the map control wise. And if we had lost our army, if they hadn't produced 15,000 skirmishers, or let's say 15 dozen skirmishers, then they would have had army to raid our eco with. Well, they managed to idle some of our villagers and kill something, probably, with the skirmishers raid that was done in appreciation of MBL's playstyle, but still. Cold White, don't think he ever was in your base. Well controlled game. Yeah, well, they got near. I think the last skirmishers died here, but besides that there was this scout idle here, and then that was probably that. I think if they sent the knights to our base, the few that they had, I don't know if they actually had knights to spare, but I don't think they knew how openly we were playing, so they could have at least found out about that. But indeed, that they didn't manage to do. And despite the fact that I don't usually play monks or control them too well, I still think it's psychologically clever to have one around, just so you can shunt about, and then at least on this level, at this level, I think that people are usually if not scared of monks, but at least they know the power that a converting monk might have, because they respected that, even if they had like it was almost dead monk at one stage, but still no monk sniping occurred that I noticed at least. Now, I don't think if this is something that happens usually or not, but extended feudal age is very nice. Or I like to play this game in such a manner. And of course, if so, here we have this nice house wall attempt, just a little bit late, but still. But I think the amount of damage that could be done is still quite huge at this level, since people are usually focused on multiple things, and like now this even the farm placement isn't the greatest now that there has been few men-at-arms in their base. So when people are lacking APM or are lacking the routine, so they are forced to think, then making them react means that their brain, if not ceases to function, but at least some cycles are spent in doing things that would be beneficial if invested elsewhere, like I'm doing when I'm trying to speak while watching something. So I know what I'm speaking about now. But also this was their greediness in part, because if they had walled from there and there and there, just like few tiles outwards, this wall here for example, then they would have had this access to code, and they also have this back code, so I don't know why they, well, what's the thing, like why are they so invested on this code here, since they knew that they had this back code and they could have fought from there to there, or just and in general just they could have secured themselves this stone and this gold by building a wall here and then adding a town center there, for example. So this was a sort of self-inflicted harm on their part, and then we happened to move in very luckily just when they were about to move out, perhaps to raid, hopefully. Now they are taking this gold, but it's just long distance, despite the fact that they have wood. So where's the town center now? Here, because they are fixated on this. Okay. So, and this could also be there, so it would protect the resources a bit more. Perhaps the wall could be destroyed. But it's easy to say here. But in any case, I don't think this tower was really required, and building the tower slowed their boom in such a fashion that we are 15 villages ahead. Even if they are now like doing the right things, filling up the queue, they have 3 town centers already, but it's just more difficult than it had to be. So this feudal age aggression only worked, I think, because they didn't expect that, or they expected that they could push it away with the help of few units. Yeah, we are losing our army for no good reason, but that happens. Alright, so their approach is still very solid because now they are soon overtaking us in the village numbers. And if it wasn't for this skirmisher army, because they could have quite a few archers, for example, by now. If those were archers, or they had 10 crossbowmen, for example, here. Okay, it was very good shot. Gold White wasn't lying. That was good about your character. And this is the raid then. Well, yeah, 15 skirmishers and a knight raiding. That would halt our eco. So I should have respected this position that they had built to themselves more than I ended up doing. Because I thought that we had solid villager kills, and we had 18 down already, but still we are even in villager numbers. And we are losing few villagers due to the gathering point, as I said earlier, like people do in tournaments as well, so no worries. But luckily we are able to raid them, and the composition is still nice because they don't have armor upgrade, and they don't have... Did they lose their blacksmith earlier? Did they ever build one? There it is. So why? Because they are lacking food. And now they are doing eco upgrades, despite the fact that they should be defending against this. This is what I usually do, but I just don't have as good a boom as they are having. Like, I don't have as many farms. So for some reason they are... Perhaps their mind is elsewhere, because we have little... like there's some action all over the map. And they got almost that far with the skirmishers earlier. And now they are 15 villages behind. And this monk is really dangerous. And all of a sudden we are through. Huh, alright, well... Cold White, look at your army upgrades versus his. He had a paper army. Yeah. Yeah. And that's also something that would make sense to try to check during the game. I ever so often forget about that. So just like when seeing a knight on the field, I usually tend to respect that, but once we were also Castle Age, so and we had a chance to upgrade all the husbandries and bloodlines and whatnots besides these blacksmith upgrades too. So if I had checked, and I don't know if I did, perhaps I did, that they were lacking the armor, then even the first armor upgrade, then that would have been a giveaway that we shouldn't stress about their army presence too much. Well, we checked the skirmishers or the archers back in the days, but indeed they were the only upgrades were for the defensive structures, why not, and also for the archers, and that's that. And well, bloodlines. But it's just very curious, like quite typical game to ours. Like if I'm thinking 10 or 20 days back, or just the previous game, that we are floating resources but aren't really producing. And I think they also had a plan, be it build a castle and then take it from there, or something. Build a castle and then 15 knights and start raiding, or something. And they couldn't do that because they were lacking the farms. And then once they had the farms, they were lacking the cold positioning or something. And then they couldn't produce enough knights, and the stable was about to go down and whatnot. Instead of realizing that they had very great amount of resources for pikemen and for, they even did that, but they were just holding those back because we had quality army, of course we did, but it's just curious that if you have this 1, 2, 3 step plan, and then someone hinders the step 1 or 2, then all the game goes down, crashing and crumbling from there. Even though they could have produced light cavalry, for example, quite nice number of those, just to run down our army. They could have done some upgrades and whatnot. Cold White, pretty good game though, almost constant pressure from early middle on hunt to the end. Yeah, I agree. I'm happy with the game and the result, despite these comments that there's some things that could be improved upon. But at least this wasn't full disastrous game. And also Red Cosmos Sun also played quite well. Thanks. And as I mentioned before, be it yesterday or a week ago or so, I think that if we manage to prevent our opponent from proceeding with their plan, then we are in a good position, because we don't usually have a long-term plan. We have this short-term plan of disturbing our opponent's plan, but that doesn't always carry through the day if we are prevented from doing just that, like the first Mongols game that we had, where we stopped the aggressive play and then got beaten with the forward castle. Knights, mangonels, what's nuts. But one of these days we are going to have another plan as well, so we can adjust as we go. So, well, like the Georgians game, our change of plan was to try to do some raiding, yes, but also to boom behind that and defend accordingly, but we couldn't defend in such a fashion that we wouldn't have lost 40 villagers in the process, and then it was too late. So slowly we are climbing our way, or collecting these different parts of plans, ideas of plans. But since we don't have a good plan, the best we can do is to prevent our opponent from, oh, we have a llama, from having plans either. Can we make this? Yes. Just in time. Please enjoy your time on the internet, is our sincerest hope. Now what? So Hindustanis, they have camels. Right, they have all sorts of beautiful and useful units. Whereas we as Ingas have villagers that benefit from blacksmith upgrades, so that's also something. It's not nothing, so cheaper villagers, so losing those doesn't hurt too much. Camels and light cavalry have extra damage against buildings, so no use in walling necessarily. Well, let's see. We get slingers if they have any infantry presence. Gulam is infantry unit, but besides that, and what else? Oh, let's see. It's scouting o'clock. Excellent position. So food-wise, our units are cheaper, which is nice. And stone-wise, buildings are cheaper. And not to forget the free llama that we also got. Perhaps. Not perfect, but not terrible either. We go there. Few extra units go there. So 1 stone forward. This is safe-ish. Back stone. Back gold. Secondary stone back as well. Berries are somewhat protected, very good. And a bit late. Oop. Well, some misplays here and there, but some idle time and so forth. But the main thing is that, oh no, that they are trying to make the game last forever. Okay, so do they expect that we as Ingas would harass their eco right away, or do some clever forward rush play perhaps? Well, I would presume that they would have scouts against us, but they're just protecting this berries and wood line. Alright, and what else do you have? Sorry. And okay, well, extra villager is just fine. 2 on gold. Well, let's kill all the sheep simultaneously. Well, that's on me. Carry on with that. Let's see. Loom just in case. Are they pushing their deer? Like greedy players do. still try to harass their woodland first. Or the berries. Let's see. So my initial read was that they would try to get to fast casual, but what do I know? So there's a stable. As somewhat expected, but we of course don't respect. Ooh, well, this still not too bad, not too bad. We can fix this. No worries. Alone, so short walls. The stable is still delayed because they are doing the walls. I'm not sure about that decision. Alright. No. What now? Few extra villagers, very good. And we could do with some farms, since we are going to be doing this for quite some time. And well, that can't be prevented at this level. So there's at least one scout in the production. It's very good. Lonely villager. The scouts. Right, and let's run. Almost. Okay. So now we will carry on with that production, if possible. And surprise them with our double range play. Alright. And forward we go. Oh, well, we didn't get too forward with this. And then we could produce some extra units if possible. Alright. One villager down, but also 2 scouts went down, so that's alright. And then forward we go. It might be that we are too late, but we can worry about that later. Fletching, yes. Well, some idle time, but some idle villagers as well, but you have been doing wonders, so no worries. You have earned your rest. We have too many people on cold. And we are losing some of the position that we had, but no worries there either. So let's just try to improve until the next time. Ooh, preemptive power. So did that happen because they saw the archer range? That's very clever. Hello. Good help there. Good help there. Few extra villagers. Yeah, this is going to work. Eventually, somehow. We will just surprise them with our sheer amount of archers. Yes. Okay. Oh no. That was still very good attempt on the scout's life. Hello. Alright. And then we could go there. Nothing happening at home. It's very good. So how do we take it from here? More archers. Yes. Few houses. Why not? Since they provide what 10 villages each, we should be in very good position. And well, very good. Okay, forging. There's no reason to rush this. So you could go there as well. And then we could just walk past. Like that. Okay, well we can't, but we almost could. Hello, hello. So they should be reaching the castle soon. Let's see if they are over there for any reason. And then it's what, camels or something silly like that. No. Alright. Forward we go. Hello. Hello. Okay, so 1000 are prevented for now. And where is the third one then? And are we ready to go up soon? That's where our second wave of archers was all along. So without the villager we would have already made it. So now the question is, how large of an army should they have? And what sort of upgrades are... Ooh, hello! Alright, so just a few more archers. They shouldn't be able to get resources. Now, well, that felt quite simple. So with the camels that they had, they should have killed these, but because there was the spearman hanging around, it perhaps looked more dangerous than it was. But they could have also killed these with 5 villagers, perhaps. But this time we had enough army, at least given the circumstances. Because usually all I have is something more like this: men at arms and an archer, and then 1 camel is enough to kill both of these. But also they could have built an archer range and few skirmishers. But this is the most terrible feeling when you build a defensive tower and then there's someone just out of the reach and still preventing you from getting the resource that you actually wanted. So the tower should have been there, right next to the cold mine, but then they wouldn't have a safe access to wood. And then we got lucky that we prevented the town center, but why didn't they build one here? I don't know. Or they, well, they couldn't because that's, but basically, you get the gist. Well, that shows you the power of Incas. And they have some 650 games or so. So they've played around a bit. Oh, sorry. Or excuse me. Just a second. Is there anything we could learn? Well, at least they have been playing Hindustanis for quite some time now, so fine-tuning that build, hopefully. Good for them. So the question is, how do you react? Houses we get some early scouting with sheep, but also struggles, and they lost a villager to the boar, so not an ideal start. That was a bit, oh, but perhaps it was just most effective possible. And pushing the deer, at least 2 of them, at the price of scouting information, but they have found the resources that they need, so they can pull that off, whereas I can't. Which is why I'm prioritizing this time, or this at the given time. This now they're scouting, like they haven't found us, and now there's this stream of units coming already. Must feel bad. And we are 6 villages ahead. Of course they lost 1 boar and then 1 to this aggression, and now the only harm of this is that they were forced to build some house walls, are lacking wood for anything extra. So they don't have gold and they don't have the buildings, so they can't really click up. Of course they only have 6 on food to begin with, so shouldn't be able to produce too much, especially when they have invested in the 4 extra scouts. This is also well, sometimes, especially if these haven't forging and the armor, then scouts can be, or bloodlines, then scouts can be difficult to deal with, but this is just waste of food. In my opinion, even if they manage to kill a villager too. But there has to be a reason why people play scouts and open scouts. So did they see the archery range? Yes, and that's why they dropped the tower, which was a silly move because they should have dropped an archery range if something, or just added few extra scouts to their queue, because they couldn't have seen more than a single archer so far. And there it is. And we did in micro, so we didn't get to pick the other scout. So now they are ready. Oh, one building short, so that's why the quick blacksmith is needed. But still, no upgrades so far. Even though it would make sense to add, since their stable is idle, and the blacksmith as well, and they are floating resources, so this would be a very good idea, a very good time to add cavalry armors, for example. And then we show up with our archers like 5 minutes later than they expected. So the tower didn't really, because they managed to get enough gold to click up without the tower. So if they saved that, they would have enough stone for a few thousanders, for example. It's two villager project here, and we were lucky to be around to prevent this from happening. Okay, so they run right. I thought that they went to the town center, but they're more clever than that. So let's see where they end up going. And here's the armor now. And forging as well. 3 camels fall in the way, but they only have one stable. They have enough wood so they could produce more. And luckily we had some meat shield first, and then with the help of some micro. Oh, so they just went back there. Okay. Well, that was a brave move. Weird game. So where was there? Right, there's the second stone, and then there's third one over there. But that they didn't know. I think sending the camels out would also be an option, but that's how I lose games, so don't take my word for it. But of course this looks quite commanding position, because you can't really move here to build a town center, or you could, because this army is not going to be enough to kill all of the villagers, but you don't really know if there's more, so there's a chance that you will be losing some. And now that the blacksmith is there, you can't really build a town center there. But they could build a town center under the tower to protect this gold. So why is that not a play? What's up with that? Or is it just the play here to add the second town center on stone or something? I'm curious. Just perhaps given enough time, we will learn about the basic meta builds that people may follow. And it's also, since we are at 1k elo, it's also very possible that people don't have a clear idea what they're doing, like we do very weird stuff. So if you're trying to analyze that and make plays based on seeing, for example, the archery range, you can't really know that we are ever going to produce any archers, or that at least you shouldn't expect that the first archer is going to hit your base minute from now, because it might very well be that we don't have anyone on gold. We just build the archery range and then realize that, alright, yes, we need gold. Yes, that's the unit, yes, okay. Well, next time I'll remember. But given that the reaction was so swift, I'd like to think that they had some idea behind this play, or the lack of play as well. So why would they need stone? Unless it's fastish, castlish approach. And then castle, and with the protection of that, booming and Imperial Age and Imperial Camel and victory or something. I don't know. Well, I'm happy that the game went as it did, but I am not happy about the fact that I don't know why it went like it did. But that's what we are here to do, to learn to read the game, so perhaps next time we'll be ever the wiser. Also, their actions per minute wasn't the greatest we've ever seen, so perhaps it was just a lack of time for doing what they wanted to do. Could be the case. Given that we had this lengthened feudal age time, we were very much allowed to win the game by the fact that F. Cori 128 also had serious idle time. If that didn't happen, then perhaps we wouldn't be in such a commanding position here. So that's 1k elo for you. Thanks for witnessing this phase of our times, or our lives, F. Coris and hours. Alright, well, that was nice latter half of the stream, since the beginning was quite shaky, I would like to say. Alright, would that be it? I think yes, because we will always have the chance to carry on streaming whenever we felt like doing that, and now I'm more tempted about the idea of sleeping. So let's see if I can send you all away. Let's try that. But in any case, thank you all for attending. Thank you for your time, comments and all that. Cold White, thank you for stream. Have a good one. Thank you for participating in all the ways. And thanks for the thanks. Also, thank you for making the stream as good as it was. It was not no small feat. So see you around as well. And others as well. Hope to see you all around. And Rogue Atlantean, GG. Welcome, welcome allowed, as we tend to say. And GG indeed. And see you around. I'll see if I can raid our very dear friend and chat person Hopsi Papeli, and if he has disabled that capability, then we don't, since we have a plenty of friends to choose from, as you the before mentioned chatters as well. Hope to see you all around via the internet as currently, or in the real life as is possible, since we are all very living persons and not one of us is a artificial intelligence aided bot or anything of that sort. No worries. If I would be one, I would be very honest about that. That's a given. Alright, see you around, and bye bye. And please enjoy your visit to a very different world. And Cold White, an AI would not be honest about that. Why? Now I'm not sure. Until we shall solve this puzzle the next time. Bye.